All right, why don't we go on the record in the Zapata case?
Wisconsin versus Kimberly Zapata, 22 CF 4307. Appearances.
It appears by Matthew Westfall. Good morning.
Kimberly Zapata appears in person and by counsel Dan Adams. Good morning.
All right, good morning, everyone. The case is in court for continuation of jury trial. I am just waiting for an update. I believe we're just waiting for 2 jurors. We obviously changed courtrooms, so we may have to make sure we don't have anyone lingering over on the 6th floor of the courthouse, but we should be ready to get started shortly. Before we broke for the hour, there was, I don't know if it was an objection, but it was a potential concern that the state put on the record with regard to jury nullification arguments that it alleged were made during opening statements. I indicated that we would deal with it in the morning. Essentially, the court would go back and review my notes of opening. And let me just tell the parties where I'm at with regard to the concern that was put on the record. With regard to making a false statement in order to obtain an absentee ballot, the first element of that offense is that the defendant made a statement for the purpose of obtaining an absentee ballot. The court reads an instruction regarding how to decide about intent. With regard to the term whistleblower, references with regard to that term being made, I'm not going to sustain or prohibit that argument at this point. I will be cognizant of arguments from the defense that are being made to attack that element, the purpose to obtain the ballot. And I don't think it strayed outside of what's permissible yesterday. But I am letting folks know I'm going to be listening for it. If the state believes its motion in limine is at issue again and wants to re-raise it, I'd ask that you do it, and we'll do it at a sidebar, and we'll have a conversation again if we need to. Is there anything else the state needs to put on the record on that issue?
No, thank you.
Attorney Adams?
Thank you for that well-reasoned analysis of this issue, Judge. I do want to raise, because I've been gnawing on this, because I think it was a misplaced statement by the prosecutor. Within his opening argument, he called my client a fraudster and someone who injected fraud. Fraud is also a descriptive term, just like whistleblower.
Sure.
Fraudster is a noun of someone who does fraud. And so I am on notice, and I think it was 4 or 5 times through voir dire, opening statement, I made the point of saying, Your Honor provides the law, and they are here to find the fact, but Your Honor provides the law. I don't know how the prosecutor has bootstrapped that into a jury nullification argument. I just want, with all fairness, if I'm going to be accused of some type of jury nullification, which of course is trying to inflame the passions of the jury outside of what the law is, I believe calling my client a derogatory name outside of statutory language like fraudster is part and parcel of that. And so I did not make an objection because there's a little bit of argument in opening statement. I let it slide. But if we're going to go tit for tat for verbiage, which I appreciate Your Honor is not engaging in this morning, that type of language I think is also we should guard against.
Okay. You know, the reality is both parties had some argument in their opening statements yesterday. Neither party objected at the time that argument came in. Parties have made their record on the issue moving forward. Both parties need to be cognizant of that, as the court will be and continue to be. But I think we're in good shape to move forward at this point. Anything on that, Attorney Westfall? No. Okay. All right. Anything else we need to address while we wait for the remainder of the jury? Oh, we do have the jury here. So anything else before we bring the jury back in?
No, Judge.
Who are we going to be getting started with this morning from the state, the third witness?
Karen Caston.
All right, you want to bring in Karen Caston, have Ms. Caston take the stand while they're sworn in front of the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll go off the record briefly and we'll get the jury. You can take the witness stand, ma'am. And if you want to hang your coat up, you can hang your coat up on the, there's a coat rack. All right. You can have a seat. Once the jury comes back in, I'm going to have you stand, and then you'll be sworn in before the jury. Hey, Sandy, are your remotes working? Yeah, just for the time being. Yours aren't working either? It's always something. Okay. I think mine was the other one. Yeah, it's gonna be mine. All right, excellent.
Ready, Joy?
Yes.
All rise.
All right, be seated, everyone. Thank you. All right. Good morning. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the record. Appearances remain the same. We're going to continue with jury trial this morning. I'm going to allow the state to call their next witness, and then I'll have that witness sworn in by Madam Clerk.
State calls Karen Caston to the stand.
If you can please stand, ma'am.
And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth that you got? And you may be seated, once seated, state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Sarah Clairewood, A-A-R-E-N, S-O-N.
Okay. I think your mic's on now, and if you like, you can pull that mic up. It does move. Okay. All right. Whenever you're ready, Counsel.
Ms. Castonson, were you formerly the clerk for the city of South Milwaukee?
Yes.
And what time period were you the clerk there?
May of 2019 through November of 2022.
And then have you also been the clerk of other municipalities?
I have.
And what other municipalities have you been the clerk for?
Most recently, the city of Franklin.
And how long did you hold that position?
Just 1 year.
So what are the general duties of the clerk in regard to election?
We set up the elections, we educate the poll workers, we do in-person absentee voting, we issue the ballots when we're requested of an absentee request, basically just administer the election from start to finish.
And then were you responsible for issuing military ballots as well?
Yes, Myself and my staff.
And so how would military absentee ballot requests come into the South Milwaukee office?
They would come in over email from the Wisconsin Election Commission.
And once you receive those requests, what would you do with them?
Process as any normal absentee ballot request.
And were you working at the South Milwaukee Clerk's office in October of 2022?
I was.
And at that point, did you receive a military absentee ballot request for Holly Brandtjen?
Yes.
And how was that received?
By email.
And once you received that request, did you process it?
Yes.
Were there any red flags you saw from the information in the request?
No.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
We want to mark as exhibit number 3. Could you please tell us what that is?
That is an absentee envelope, ballot envelope, made out to Holly Brandtjen.
And who was the municipality? Who was the municipality that issued that ballot?
The city of South Milwaukee.
And when was it issued?
I would say October of 22, October 25th, 2022.
This would have been the ballot that you issued as part of your duties?
Correct.
Does anything from that ballot appear to be changed?
No.
Can you bring evidence?
Any objection?
Object as to foundation.
Okay. Objections overruled. 3 is received.
Move to publish?
Correct.
Caston said after you received that ballot, did your office mail it out?
We did.
And it was issued to the Menomonee Falls address, correct?
Correct.
Is there a time frame when you have to issue military absentee ballot requests?
We issue within 24 hours of receiving an absentee request.
And that's required by state law?
Yes.
After you had issued this ballot, was your office then notified that this was fraudulent?
Yes.
How did you get that notice?
I believe we received another email from the WEC stating that there was a fraudulent ballot.
And when you say WEC, you mean the Wisconsin Elections Commission?
Yes.
And they're the statewide organization responsible for monitoring elections.
Correct.
Did you take any further steps after being notified that the ballot was not appropriate?
Yes, I spoke to an investigator about the ballot.
And that was an investigator from the DA's office?
Correct.
And then was that your last involvement with the absentee ballot?
That I can remember, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Self-examination.
Thank you. Ma'am, so you're not the clerk any longer, is that correct?
That is
Hold on 1
correct.
second. I can get you a microphone for that podium. Sandy, do we have the floating mic? Hold on 1 second. So we're picking you up. and it should be all. Okay, no problem.
Okay. So you were a clerk, though, for 3 years in 2 municipalities, or longer?
A little longer, probably 4 years as a clerk. I held assistant positions as well.
Okay. And you testified that primarily you're administering the election from the start to the end, correct?
Correct.
Getting ballots out, making sure poll workers are trained, making sure ballots are correct, making sure they're counted at the end of the election, right?
Correct.
And your duties are defined under the Wisconsin law, correct?
Correct.
And that's under Chapter 7 of the Wisconsin statutes?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Now, you said in direct examination that your process for military absentee ballot requests the process is as a normal absentee ballot. But there's a difference in the two ballots, right? A normal absentee ballot and a military absentee ballot, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to us what that difference is?
I guess the normal absentee ballot comes in as a regular absentee request, and a federal, there's two types, a federal ballot and a military overseas ballot. They can come in early as soon as we have the ballots, though we are required to send them out within 24 hours. Like I said, not real sure what you're looking for.
Military requests are a little different because they have less that needs to be verified. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. For instance, there's no ID requirement.
Correct.
But on just a normal civilian, you need to have ID.
Correct.
And military ballot, there is no registration, voter registration required, correct?
Correct.
Military, you don't need that.
Correct.
In fact, even though every member of our armed forces has a military ID, we, in Wisconsin, we don't ask for that ID to be produced at all.
That is correct.
The prosecutor asked that whether there were any red flags with this Holly Brandtjen request, and you said there was no red flags, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
What would be a red flag for a military absentee ballot request?
Any type of red flag would be, we've had people try to register with names that make up words. I mean, that would be our biggest red flag.
I don't understand, like Mickey Mouse or...
Like Mickey Mouse, or they have, monikers that they will use. So that, we normally catch something like that, a name that sounds odd to us.
Okay. So you would look at the name, if it looks odd, that would be a red flag. Are there other red flags you would look for on a military ballot request?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Is the address to where the military ballot is being sent, do you scrutinize that at all?
No.
Okay. It doesn't seem bizarre to you that someone would be requesting a South Milwaukee ballot to be sent to Menomonee Falls as an active member of the military?
No.
There's no military base in Menomonee Falls, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. There's no barracks, there's no installation that we know of. There's not a large group of active military members in Menomonee Falls, right?
Not that I'm aware of, I'm not sure.
And in fact, it's a pretty short drive from South Milwaukee to Menomonee Falls, maybe 20 minutes.
Sure. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
So it didn't seem bizarre to you that someone is saying, hey, I'm active military, I'm a resident of South Milwaukee, but I want this ballot sent to Menomonee Falls. That doesn't trigger any red flag.
Not at all.
I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect based on that?
Briefly, you indicated for absentee military ballots, they don't need to present ID or registration, correct?
Correct.
That's in state law, correct?
Correct.
You have no option to disregard that.
Correct.
That's all.
Anything, Attorney Adams?
Well, let's talk about state law. You do have the mandate under Chapter 7 to report suspected election fraud, right? That's part of your role.
Yes.
And so if you thought that there was something suspicious, your duty would be to report that, right?
Correct.
So if there were something that just didn't make sense to you in the issuing of any type of ballot, you'd report that.
I would.
Nothing else.
Attorney Westphal?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step down. State ready to call its next witness?
State calls Robert Kehoe to the stand.
Okay.
We have a brief sidebar, Your Honor.
Hey, Court Recorder, if we want, does he want to get a more comfortable chair? We can get one of these chairs over here. Okay, okay, all right. All right, if you could please stand, sir.
I do.
Okay, my name is Robert Kehoe. It's spelled Robert and Kehoe.
All right, whenever you're ready, counsel.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm the Deputy Administrator for the Wisconsin Elections Commission.
So what is your job there?
I'm primarily responsible for direct supervision of 2 out of the 4 subdivisions of our agency. That's the Election Administration Division that handles things like ballot access, polling places, voting equipment, and then our WISVOTE division, which handles most of our technological systems. So statewide voter registration system, the public-facing My Vote voter website, and a number of other sites.
And do you also have any involvement with concerns regarding election integrity and fraud?
Election security is one of my responsibilities as the Deputy Administrator.
So what is your responsibility with regard to security?
I supervise our election security team, which comprises a number of staff from multiple divisions within our agency, including both technical and non-technical folks. And then I also am the agency's primary point of contact with various external partners, including federal and state law enforcement.
In October of 2022, did you become aware of fraudulently absentee military ballots that had been sent out?
I did.
How did you become aware of that?
We received contact from a reporter that morning who reached out to us and said, and wanted to know if we had comment on a press release he saw from State Assembly Representative Brandtjen.
So once you received that notice from the reporter, what did you do next?
The notice from the reporter, or the press release rather, from the representative indicated that she had received 3 ballots for different people, all named Holly, and of course she had not requested the ballots, and she indicated that the people did not live at her residence. So we understood this to likely be a fraudulent ballot request right from the get-go. And my first steps were to notify our security team, and we started trying to trace the request path of these absentee ballot requests in our system.
And those ballot requests were in the names of Holly Brandtjen, Holly Jones, and Holly Adams,
That's correct.
and they had been sent to State Representative Janel Brandtjen's home.
That's correct.
So what did you do to trace these ballots?
Well, we interface with the technical staff at the state's Division of Enterprise Technology, and they allow us to pull up an audit trail. We monitor and record all transactions that occur in both the statewide system and in the public-facing MyVote website, and so we're able to trace to the best of our ability the point of origin of any transaction that occurs in the system.
So what did you learn about the point of origin for these 3 absentee military ballots?
So we were able to trace all 3 ballots.
I'm going to object at this point. He's using the word "we." He needs to testify as to his personal knowledge about any fact, not a collective knowledge of any team or department.
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Were you involved with the investigation?
Yes, I was.
Were you the one that was handling the investigation?
Yes, I was.
Were you the one that was conducting the tracing of the ballots?
No, I was not.
Who was conducting the tracing of the ballots?
There are a number of staff in the Division of Enterprise Technology that were involved in that process.
Then did you have the opportunity to review all that work?
I did.
And that work shows the entirety of the investigation?
It does.
And that's through the records of the Wisconsin Elections Commission?
Correct.
And are they kept in the ordinary course of the official work of the records
They
of
are.
the Election Commission?
Yes.
And are these records that you reasonably rely upon in your investigations?
Yes, they are.
So what did you determine from your involvement in the investigation?
I'm going to object as to the vague question.
The objection's overruled.
Well, as I said, initially we immediately determined that these were likely fraudulent requests just because of the nature of the circumstances that surrounded the ballots. But we were able to determine that all the ballots, or I assessed from the report, right, that all of the ballot requests had been made at substantially the same time within a very narrow window of time and from a single IP or Internet Protocol address. So likely a single computer.
And why did you make that assessment?
Because that's what the technical report indicated.
I'm going to object as to hearsay and ask for a sidebar.
I'm gonna let you place your objection on the record, Attorney Adams, as opposed to continuing to do that in a sidebar. Just made more sense to do this outside the presence of the jury. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before this witness was called, we also had a sidebar where I drew the court and the prosecutor's attention to 907.01, in that I would likely be objecting if this particular witness were to testify about, to essentially put on the hat of an expert and to step outside of being a fact witness. Lo and behold, the prosecutor was not intending on calling him as an expert witness because he was going to have the technical experts for WEC, their actions be testified through this witness with hearsay, and it's clear at this point that he's testifying about statements that are held purportedly in some technical report that WEC has that has never been disclosed, evidently, to either the prosecutor or to the defense. And so, my suspicion that the lack of an expert notice was a real issue, I think has been confirmed, albeit in this roundabout way. And so I would ask that this witness's testimony be struck from the record, and that a curative instruction be provided to the jury, because at this point, he's not testifying from his personal knowledge about the origin, the point of origin about these ballots. This is all coming from hearsay, and there is no exception. You can have a business record exception if those business records have been provided. So that's my motion.
Attorney Westphal?
Initially, I don't think he's an expert. He's not testifying to any expertise. He's testifying to the investigation conducted. That's a fact witness. As to his testimony, he was testifying to his determinations, his investigation. So I don't think he's testifying to other people's work.
He kept saying we, right? He kept referring to we or the collective. So that's my concern. With regard to him being, and I'm going to let you finish, but I just want to stop you before we go too far. I'm not necessarily saying that I heard information from that witness which would be expert testimony, but are you saying that the mapping or what he said his testimony was how they determined the path, that didn't require any specialized knowledge?
No, I don't believe it does. I don't think it's any different than cell phone mapping. You require an expert witness to testify to what a cell phone shows you. It's just the data that is there you can testify to.
Okay, isn't the underlying data typically provided to counsel, or no?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
I don't have it in this case, so I can't provide what I don't have.
Okay. All right, continue with your argument.
I have no further argument I need to make at this time.
What are you asking to be struck? All his testimony? I don't see any basis for all his testimony to be struck. What are you?
I'm not asking about receiving information from the reporter, any inquiry that he did personally into his databases, but at the point where it involves others, and that was recorded, and he's relying either on the statements of his colleagues or the reports of his colleagues, that's improper. And regarding the prosecutor's conclusory statement that there's no technical element here, doing an audit trail of IP addresses is a deeply technical subject matter. Identifying the point of origin on something is deeply technical. And so all of those statements, I believe, should be struck. And I think Your Honor's statement about the use of the collective we, I think that's his retreating away from his personal knowledge into kind of collective knowledge, and that should be barred.
Were you going to say something to me, Westfall?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I have some concerns with regard to the underlying testimony on how it was determined where the ballots were requested from, whether or not that, I think that's specialized knowledge. I think it requires specialized knowledge. I think in order to testify with regard to how that was ascertained, that would probably require expert testimony. You don't have a notice on this expert. So to the extent that that testimony has been made before the jury, I will strike that testimony and not allow any more testimony with regard to the tracing or the mapping of how WEC determined where the ballots were processed from. With regard to, and this witness can testify with regard to his personal knowledge. It's clear that he was involved in the investigation. He's going to have personal knowledge of the investigation. He can testify to that. But when he starts relying on hearsay, that's going to be a valid objection, and I'm going to sustain it. So with regard to the striking, I'm going to grant in part. I'm going to strike the testimony with regard to, and I don't know that it's been made on the record yet. I think he began to testify with regard to how they ascertained the path of where the ballots were requested. I actually don't know if that testimony has been brought out through this witness. I think we were almost there. So Attorney Adams, what are you asking this court to strike?
The comments about an audit trail, the comments of the point of origin, and then the tracing of the ballots.
Okay, court is, due obviously before the jury, going to strike any testimony with regard to testimony that Mr. Kehoe made regarding an audit trail that was conducted, a point of origin, or the tracing of the ballots in this matter. We can discuss language with regard to a curative instruction if it's necessary during substantive instructions. At this point, I'm not going to go there. I think the striking of the testimony is sufficient. Moving forward, again, a witness can testify. He's a fact witness. He can testify with regard to his knowledge of the investigation, his personal knowledge. Outside of that, court's not going to permit, an expert can otherwise rely on hearsay testimony, but that's not this witness. Is there anything else the parties want to put on the record on this issue?
No, Judge, excuse me, I'd ask for one moment to speak to the witness to explain the court's ruling.
Absolutely. Okay. Why don't we go off the record briefly? Or you want to have him come in and give him the instruction, or do you want to go take a break and go talk to your witness?
It'll take me 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead. We'll go off the record and let you do that. Clear. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am advising you that the court has struck from the record, and you are to disregard testimony with regard of testimony from this witness pertaining to an audit trail, point of origin, or the tracing of the ballots in this case. You can continue, Attorney Westphal.
Mr. Kehoe, as part of your investigative, what did you directly do?
So what I directly did, in addition to supervising my staff, is I accessed the statewide voter registration and administration system, which is known as WISVote, and I can log into that system and review the ballot request records to determine any commonality or features of note in those 3 requests.
Did you determine any commonalities?
I did. I could see that they all were submitted at approximately the same time. I could see they all were for an individual named Holly, 3 different last names. I could see that they all had provided the same date of birth. And of course, they all requested a ballot be sent to the same address.
So after conducting your investigation, what steps did you take next?
Upon determining that there was clearly something anomalous here, I prepared a communication to the local clerks involved in processing these ballots, and I also would have notified our security partners in local and state law enforcement.
Was that the end of your involvement?
Very nearly. It was shortly after that we learned that an individual had been identified and that there had been an arrest.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Kehoe, the press release from Representative Brandtjen was put out on October 31, is that right?
I'll take your word for that. I don't know off the top of my head.
And it was only after that that a member of the media called you for comment?
Correct.
Okay. Before the media called you for comment, there was no investigation into these 3 military absentee ballots?
Correct.
Okay. Not from WEC, not from Milwaukee DA, not from the Waukesha Sheriff, right? There was no investigation.
I can't speak as to those other agencies.
You testified just now that these ballots, based on your review of your database, were requested near in time, correct?
Correct.
Within minutes?
Correct.
Okay, not hours, minutes, right?
No, minutes. Yeah.
Okay. And that they all had the same first name, Holly,
Yes.
and that they all used the same date of birth.
Yes.
And in fact, what you didn't say, they all had a last 4 of a social, correct? Is that something you see?
I don't recall that. So.
Okay. Is that generally, does a requester for a military absentee ballot have to put in the last 4 of their social security?
It's not a requirement, but it's common.
Okay. And these were sent to the exact same address, correct?
Correct.
And they were all requested on October 25 in the early morning hours.
That sounds right.
Okay. So on October 25th, October 26th, October 27th, October 28th, October 29th, October 30th, October 31, WEC didn't know, your agency didn't know that there were these ballots out there, correct?
Well, the ballots aren't sent the same date that the request is submitted. The request doesn't go to WEC. The request goes to the municipality, and the municipality in question processes the request and makes a determination as to whether or not that request, should be fulfilled or not. So there's no ballot at our end of the system. We're not involved in the process.
I understand. You
Yeah.
do maintain my vote,
Correct.
and WisVote.
Correct.
Okay, so those are the overall databases that all the municipal clerks share to essentially process these ballots. Or that the voters go into, if we're talking about My Vote, that's maintained by WEC.
Yes.
Okay. Yet that system didn't flag 3 requests close in time, using the same first name, using the same DOB to the same address. That didn't trigger any type of like a tickler system or something, a red flag to a human administrator like you to be put on notice that, hey, there's something suspicious here.
Good question. The law provides that citizens can make absentee ballot requests by email. There is no provision in the Wisconsin statute for the My Vote system. And so the My Vote absentee ballot system simply generates an email to the appropriate municipal clerk. It's not recorded it's not entered in a database or processed in any way. It is simply relayed to the appropriate municipality.
So My Vote has no record of these requests being made?
There's a record of the transaction, but there's not a database that retains that information. It generates an email to the municipal clerk, and that email is the original record. In the same way, if you send an email, it stays in your sent box. You can go and pull that email up again.
But you were able later, on October 31st, to go back and see all of this data.
Correct, because once the municipal clerks mail the ballot, they record that transaction in the statewide system, and that then populates all of the requested information.
Okay, and in this case, that did populate, right?
Correct, yeah.
The clerks did what they thought their job was. They populated the database, but then the database didn't say, hey, red flag, we've got these 3 requests to the exact same location with the same first name, with the same DOB. Doesn't that seem like that would be, in an ideal world, something that your database would flag?
It flags many things, but depending on how the addresses were entered, it may or may not have.
I don't want to talk about speculation. I'm talking about this case. The addresses were the same.
In this case, one of the 3 ballots was identified before we got to it and canceled by the municipality. I don't know what the circumstances were behind the canceling of that ballot, but clearly there was something that indicated to them it was amiss.
You don't know which of those ballots that was?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
But suffice to say, there was nothing in WisVote that triggered your agency to act before that reporter called you.
Correct.
Now, you were provided Representative Brandtjen's press release, or at least you found it after being prompted by the reporter?
Yes, the reporter provided a copy of the press release to us.
And you reviewed that release, and that is what spurred you into action, correct?
Correct.
In her press release, Janel Brandtjen says, I believe someone was trying to point out how easy it is to get military ballots in Wisconsin. Registration for military ballots is not required, so a fictitious name and birth date is all that is required to obtain a military ballot online. That was her statement, correct?
I'll have to take your word for that.
If you saw her statement, would you be able to remember what she had wrote?
Certainly.
Object to that on hearsay grounds.
What's your response?
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted. Whatever she said, but it spurred their action. And so I think the context of what she said is important.
Okay, it's hearsay. The objection is sustained.
I move to strike counts of reading into the record of the release itself.
It will be stricken from the record.
Do you agree with the general proposition that it is easy to get a military ballot in Wisconsin, and a military absentee ballot?
Obviously, that's a subjective call, but I think we try to make it easy to obtain a military ballot. So.
And you would agree as a general proposition that registration for a military ballot is not required?
Correct. Wisconsin law does not require voter registration for a military ballot.
And you don't require any type of driver's license or state ID, correct? For a military ballot in Wisconsin to be issued?
Well, it's not what I require, it's what the Wisconsin statutes require, but correct.
Okay, fair enough. And you don't require a military ID either.
Correct.
Some states do.
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
You looked at the press release from Representative Brandtjen, and you have personal knowledge that she is a state representative for the state of Wisconsin?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So she would be a public official, correct?
Sure.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Any read right?
So the My Vote website is a forward-facing website that people submit absentee ballot requests to.
Correct, it's one of the functions the site does.
So when a request comes into that, it goes to the specific municipality, correct?
Correct.
So there's no internal database that cross-references every entry at the same time.
Correct.
So if 3 came in within a few minutes, My Vote would not cross-reference all 3 to compare them.
It strictly passes the request through to the municipal clerk.
That's all I have, thank you.
Anything based on that?
Yes, Mr. Kehoe, it's the law that the municipal clerks have 24 hours to process one of these military ballot requests.
Objection beyond the scope of redirect.
Let's overrule.
24
Correct.
hours, correct?
Yes.
And after the processing, the database is updated. That's part of their job.
Correct.
Okay? And so you can surmise that if these requests were made in the early morning hours of the 25th, that WIS vote was updated on the 25th, correct? All of the data was in WIS vote by the end of business on the 25th.
It's certainly plausible. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
And, well, I have no other questions.
Anyone else?
Nothing.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you very much. Stay ready to call us next witness.
State Health Claire will vote to the stand.
Okay, and you can be seated. You can just raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
help you out.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got?
I do.
Thank you. State and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sarah Clairewood, SarahClairewooddall.
Whenever you're ready, Council.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I am the Executive Director of the City of Milwaukee Election Commission.
How long have you held that position?
I've held that position since July of 2020.
What is the job responsibility of the Executive Director of the Milwaukee Elections Commission?
So I oversee all of the administration of our municipal elections, everything from poll worker recruitment, polling place selection, voter services, so voter registration, absentee voting, and then all candidate services for municipal offices.
And in your role as executive director, do you have a deputy director?
I do.
What is the role of the deputy director?
The deputy director oversees our voter services department, which is all of our basically non-election day activities, so early voting, absentee by mail, voter registration, and fielding all voter inquiries. They also serve as our personnel officer and help administer campaign finance.
And are they responsible for helping administering the elections?
Yes,
And are they responsible for election security
yes,
and helping ensure the elections run smoothly?
yes,
And is the deputy director position a public employee?
yes.
Now, are you familiar with the MyVote website?
I am.
What is the MyVote website?
The MyVote website is the public-facing voter portal in the state of Wisconsin. It's where voters can request an absentee ballot, register to vote online during the open registration period, view their voting record, look up their polling place, and view a sample ballot.
And are you familiar with the WisVote website?
I am.
Is WisVote different than MyVote?
Yes, WisVote is the administrative side of MyVote. It is our statewide voter registration database where clerks maintain all voter registration records, issue absentee ballots, and record voter participation.
MyVote is forward-facing to the public.
Correct.
Is WisVote available to the public?
WisVote is not available to the public.
And who has access to the WisVote site?
Only clerks and our temporary data entry staff, early voting staff, only employees who are responsible for administering elections.
And what are you allowed to use the WisVote site for?
Only for election administration?
And is that only for official election administration?
I don't understand the question.
Can you use it to look up a person's address if it's not for your job
I'm
duties?
going to object, calls for a legal conclusion
That is not.
or an expert opinion.
Okay, the objection's overruled.
Can you use the WisVote website to look up a person's address not related to your official job duties?
You should not, no.
That would be against the rules?
Is my understanding, yes.
You don't have the authority to look up anyone's information in the system.
Same objection as well as foundation.
The objection's overruled.
I mean, so sometimes we'll receive phone calls from people outside of our jurisdiction and we're able to look up their information and provide assistance, although it's not directly related to our administering of the elections. It would still be, in my viewpoint, a job-related duty.
So the WisVote website, is that a website where you just type in the address and you're on it?
No, you have a login.
So how do you access the WisVote website?
It has multi-factor authentication, so you go to wisvote.wi.gov, you enter your login information, and then you either have what's called a FIDO key, which is a little USB stick that you stick into your computer and do a thumbprint, kind of just pressing it, and that key is directly linked to your login, or you can get a phone call that is registered with the Wisconsin Election Commission, and then on that phone call, it will give you a login code, just like when you do it with your bank or something like that when you get text messages.
Okay, so the only way to access it is going through all those steps?
Well, it's 2 steps, but yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Kimberly Zapata?
I do.
How do you know Ms. Zapata?
She was the former deputy director of the Election Commission, and before that, she was employed at the Election Commission.
And how long did you work with Ms. Zapata?
I believe around 7 years.
And what time frame was she the deputy director of the Elections Commission?
She was the deputy director from July of 2022 until the end of October of 2022.
And do you see Ms. Zapata present in court today?
I only see a red sweater. There's a computer right there, but I presume she's next to her counsel. Yes.
And could you tell us where she's seated?
There she is. She's seated right next, she's wearing a red sweater right in front of you.
As the record reflect identification?
Right, will reflect identification.
So you said that she was the deputy director in October of 2022?
Yes.
So what were her job responsibilities at that time?
So they were the same as I already mentioned. She was in charge of early voting, oversaw absentee voting by mail and our voter registration, campaign finance for local candidates, served as our personnel officer, and just had general election administration duties that included processing absentee ballots on election day and running central count.
And as part of your job responsibilities, are you giving training?
Yes.
And as part of her responsibilities as deputy director, would Ms. Zapata have been trained in how to do her job?
Yes, although it's very much on-the-job training when you become the deputy director in July, right before a general election year.
Now, in October of 2022, did you become aware that there were fraudulent military absentee ballots that had been sent out?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I read a news article in the Journal Sentinel.
After you became aware of that, did you ever communicate with Ms. Zapata about it?
Yes, I sent her a text message and asked if she had seen the news article.
How did she respond to that?
I believe she responded that she had not seen the news article, but that the recipient of those ballots had a point.
And do you know who the recipient of the ballot was?
Janel Brandtjen.
That would have happened on or about October 31st of 2022?
Yes, that sounds about right.
And then, did you have any further discussion with Ms. Zapata about those ballots?
Not until, is the 31st on Monday? Was it a Monday?
I could not tell you the
Okay.
day of the week.
I remember the days of the week. So on Monday evening is when I read that news article, and then I did not have any further discussion with her until Tuesday late afternoon,
So the next day?
the next day.
And the next day, how did that conversation go? Well, I'll pause for a second. The next day, you had a conversation with Ms. Zapata.
Yes.
Did she approach you, or did you approach her?
She approached me.
She approached you on the day after you originally heard of these elections or ballots. What did she tell you?
She told me that she had requested those ballots.
And what did she tell you about that?
She had brought this concern with the MyVote website to my attention several times in that month prior, and that she was frustrated that people like Representative Brandtjen continue to focus on what they consider election fraud issues that aren't real, and that this is a real potential security issue that she wanted to bring to her attention.
So what did Ms. Zapata tell you she did?
That she made up 3 voters, entering them as military voters on the MyVote website, and requesting that their ballots be mailed to Janel Brandtjen's address.
And as part of her job, did Ms. Zapata have the authority to enter false voters into the system?
So this was done through the MyVote website, which Ms. Zapata in her official job capacity wouldn't really ever access.
And she was responsible for safeguarding elections, correct?
I'm going to object as to vague.
The objection's overruled.
Could you explain a little bit further about what you mean by safeguarding?
She's responsible in part for making sure elections are secure.
Yes.
And is introducing false information making the election secure?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I want to go back to this question that the prosecutor asked, whether entering data into my vote would be part of Ms. Zapata's role as the deputy director. And you said no, because you all don't use my vote, correct?
Correct. That's the public-facing portal.
Now, you all had discussed the military ballot issue previously.
Correct.
In fact, you and Kimberly had attended some trainings from WEC about military ballots in the past.
She had more recently. I did not attend the webinar, but she did speak to me about her concern after the webinar.
And she was concerned about essentially the ability, that this gap or this flaw in our election system.
Correct.
But she was not just concerned about that, she was also concerned about the tenor and safety of your office, right?
Correct.
And in fact, there was some scary and stressful issues that have impacted you and your staff over the past several years. Is that right?
That is correct.
In fact, someone, tell us about installing bulletproof glass.
So it's not bulletproof, it's shatterproof. Bulletproof was too expensive, but in August of 2021, I began to receive a large amount of written threats and voicemails, and then based on a Gateway Pundit article, and then also received a letter to my home threatening me, and we were already considering improving the security of our office, but that provided the, I don't want to say the justification, but it allowed the budget justification to move forward. Previously in our office, there was no emergency exit that couldn't be blocked by someone who was at our front counter. So we relocated our front desk, created barriers, there's shatterproof glass now, there's security cameras, and you have to have badge access to enter our office.
So after the 2020 election, there was fair to say, a pretty concerted effort to improve the safety and security of your staff.
Yes, and then there is a separate public records lawsuit where the litigant introduced a handwritten drawing of our office where they labeled where each person sits in our office that kind of instigated additional conversations with law enforcement about additional security protocols because it appears that information came from one of our temporary staff members as well.
Was there any, in your mind, reasonable or rational reason to have that seating chart provided to you other than to let you know that other people knew who was seated where in your office?
It certainly was felt by me as kind of a very passive threat, identifying where each person sat. Felt very much like a blueprint for anyone who was to be an intruder in our office.
And indeed, it wasn't just passive threats to you and your staff, correct?
Correct. From this individual, it was just through litigation, but others have been direct threats that have been investigated by the FBI and the Milwaukee Police Department.
Including statements that you and your staff should be put in front of a firing squad, right?
Correct.
Threats to your families?
Not directly to our families, although having a handwritten letter delivered to my home when I have 2 children felt very threatening, and I ended up leaving the state.
And as the individual who was checking the inquiries from the public email, Kimberly saw a lot of these threatening emails, correct?
Yes, the deputy director was responsible for managing our voter info box, which is where all of our public email inquiries go and where the bulk of the threats have been sent.
So and these are from the 2020 election onward. These threats, these conspiracy theories were constant, right?
I wouldn't say constant, no. It was very much in August of 2021, that for about 2-week period, based on that news article, they were constant. And then, again, with the litigation, about a year later, we called in additional consultation. But I would say and this lawsuit is a public records request that brought up that blueprint. Public records requests have been constant, but not threats.
Okay, so there's an ebb and the flow of the threats.
Yes.
And you've already testified that Kimberly was monitoring that public email inbox and received the majority of this threatening.
Correct.
And was there an overlap between kind of the conspiracy that your office was engaged in malfeasance and the threat? Is that the reason for the threat? Or why were these people picking on you?
So that's the reason of the threat, is misinformation, disinformation that's been published on websites like the Gateway Pundit, as well as perpetuated by state legislature with people like Janel Brandtjen continuing to speak falsehoods.
And did you ever have conversations, well, are you aware of whether my client was aware of all of these threats? I mean, did you guys have conversations about these security items?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that you've known Kimberly Zapata for 7 years?
Correct. Now longer, but at the time we had been working together for about 7 years.
And working closely every day?
Correct.
And you have been able to, I guess when you work in proximity to somebody, you get a pretty good feel for their personality, correct?
Correct.
And is it true to say that Kimberly's personality is one who fixates on things?
Yes, she sees things very black and white, and if it doesn't make sense to her, she will kind of hound you until it does.
Okay, so she's kind of a hyper-focused person?
Yes.
Is that unusual in any way?
I don't know that I'm a psychologist to be able to
I don't want you
answer that.
Yeah, I don't want you to do any psychology, but just in terms of normal interaction, would you say that she hyper-fixates and focuses in an unusual way?
Yes, and I would say that was very beneficial to her job duties, where accuracy is expected to be 100%, and process and procedure is extremely important. She was very good because of that hyperfixation.
Okay. But was there also a detriment at times?
There was.
Tell us about that.
So my job is oftentimes navigating politics, both from a policy perspective and just as the director, I get appointed by common council and a mayor, and there's more of a social navigating of those situations. And I don't know that Kim is as well suited for that, but it wasn't part of necessarily required of her job.
Okay.
But she's just, that would be coming at a social detriment at times. If something doesn't make sense, she's not going to smile and let it go. She's going to ask you to make it make sense.
Okay.
She's very direct.
She has a very direct, hyper-focused personality.
Yes.
And you just talked about some of your roles as the director. You're the top of the pyramid, correct?
Correct.
And Kimberly is down, is your...
She's my second.
Your
The
second.
deputy is if I get hit by a bus, the deputy takes over to do the election administration duties.
Okay. Well, I saw you come in on crutches. Were you hit by...
Yes. I'm very clumsy, but I did not get hit by a bus this weekend.
All right. But in her role, up until October of 22, she wasn't doing policy.
No.
She wasn't doing political stuff, interacting with politicians, other than campaign finance.
Other than campaign finance, where we have local officials who are responsible for filing their campaign finance reports to our office, and we review them and ensure that they're compliant.
And that's a clerical job.
It's a very compliance-focused job. It's not,
And in fact, all of her responsibilities are clerical compliance, looking at what the rule is and applying and trying to administer these elections.
very much so.
She's not up here lobbying legislators. She's not doing white papers on policy. She's not doing any of that stuff, correct?
No, the city of Milwaukee has lobbyists. I just provide and consult with our lobbyists to provide, professional expertise. But I believe the council and the mayor actually make all policy decisions regarding lobbying.
Okay. And she is also not part of your security team in terms of keeping you and your employees safe.
We do not have a security team.
Well,
I mean,
she's
we
not
have.
part, yeah, she's not part of it.
She's not part of it, correct.
Okay, she's not Milwaukee Police, right?
No.
And in fact, she's pretty naive about politics and the news and current events, correct?
I don't know if naive is the right word. I would say just in my personal interactions with Kim, she's not one to follow politics or read the news. We're talking about dogs in our personal lives and children, she's not one to be interested in politics, to my knowledge.
And this draws me back to this conversation you had on the Tuesday afternoon. You were dismayed that the ballots had been sent to Janel Brandtjen of all people, right?
Correct.
And in that interaction with my client, she had no indication or prior knowledge that you had any bad feelings about it. Or, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that you were not pleased with the recipient of those ballots.
Oh, I think she knew that the recipient of those ballots and I do not see eye to eye. I mean, she knew of the recipient of those ballots as someone who makes constant public records requests to our office, that creates a lot of additional stress and work for things that are rooted in conspiracy theories. So she knew who she was sending ballots to and the politics of that person.
Okay. But you've testified she's not an overtly political person, Kimberly.
Correct.
So she knows from her day job that Janel Brandtjen is interested in your office, right?
Correct.
But she may not have the full understanding, or at least the understanding you have, about maybe the level of interest or the misapplied interest in your office.
Objection. Asking the witness to testify to the state of mind of another witness.
Objection sustained.
You were not happy that these ballots were sent to Janel Brandtjen because of her conduct towards you and your office.
I believe my response was, why would you send them to Janel Brandtjen of all people? Aren't you aware of Harry Waite?
Okay, Harry Waite. And her response was what?
Who is Harry Waite? What are you talking about?
And you knew at that point that Harry Waite was
Objection. Relevance.
They've opened the door as to this conversation. I believe that the rule of completeness calls for the entire conversation to come in to provide context.
Right, the objection's overall, let you ask your question.
Harry Waite is an individual in Racine County who sent military absentee ballots in, no?
Well, let
Finish the question.
Okay, and then, go ahead, Attorney Adams.
You said, haven't you heard about Harry Waite, right? Why did you say that to Kimberly?
Because Harry Waite used the MyVote website to request other people's ballots. I believe Robin Voss was one of them, to be mailed to either his address or another address, but was being prosecuted. And so my response was, don't you know that this is a crime? That this is horrible? Don't you know about Harry Waite?
Okay, and she said, what? What was her response?
Just deer in headlights?
So, she didn't know
Panic?
about Harry Waite, right?
No, she did not. And she certainly didn't know that Janel Brandtjen is someone who Harry Waite affiliates with.
Okay. But that case is very different because Harry Waite used an actual individual, including the Speaker of the Assembly's actual name, to get a ballot.
Correct. He accessed existing voter records, not through the military overseas channel of My Vote.
Okay, and he had those sent to Robin Voss or to himself?
I believe to himself.
Okay, so big difference from what you've learned about this case, correct?
Difference in my mind because they're two very separate. He had to use a real date of birth and real personal information to access those.
And it affected a real person's voter history, right?
Yes, and took someone's real ballot for that election, where that person would then not be able to vote. If they went to the polls, they would have said, it looks like you already received an absentee ballot.
Very well. But at that point, you told her, okay, I don't want to talk about this anymore, and you made a communication to the city attorney's office, right?
Correct.
You said that on direct examination, she worked from, I've lost my note, until, as your deputy, so your number 2 from July of 22 to October of 22, 3 months?
Correct.
Okay. In October of 22, she left your office.
Correct.
Okay. She's no longer employed at your office.
She was put on a temporary leave, I believe. She was fired as the deputy director, but she still had a civil service position, and she was put on a leave of absence while a civil service investigation took place according to all the civil service rules.
Okay, and she's since resigned.
Correct.
You knew that during this October of 22 time period that she was under some personal distress as well?
That is correct.
And what was that?
Her brother had died unexpectedly about, I want to say, a week and a half prior to learning about this. Maybe 2 weeks prior to me learning about this in mid-October.
And given her personality of being fixated on things, was this personal tragedy, did that play into her performance at work or her demeanor?
We insisted that she take at least a few days off. Right after her brother had died, she wanted to conduct a training. She had to train early voting staff. And then finally the next morning, the morning of her training, she let me know that she would take my offer to do it, and she took several days off. But then she expressed a willingness and a desire to come back to work within only about 5 days' time because she thought it would help distract her from the sudden loss of her brother.
Okay. And during this time, she's gearing up. She's getting 250 employees for central count. That's part of her job.
Yes.
And she is managing 14 early vote sites.
Correct.
And she's dealing with this inbox of conspiracy theorists and threats.
I don't think there were any conspiracy theories or threats at that time. That inbox receives a lot of voter inquiries, which while they aren't threats or conspiracy theories, but there's a lot of misinformation that creates a lot of assumptions or voters accusing us of things, and we have to really provide that customer service and clarification in a really patient way.
Okay, so it's misinformation in the world is manifested through questions to that inbox, correct?
Correct.
And she was managing that inbox.
Yes.
In her official capacity, Ms. Zapata had no responsibility to request or apply for absentee ballots on behalf of anyone else.
We will occasionally provide assistance if a voter is indefinitely confined due to age, illness, or disability, and they don't have access to the internet. We will read every screen aloud to them, have them certifying the information that we're inputting into the MyVote website is true, and help them complete a request for an absentee ballot. That's with the voter present, and with their verbal affirmations. But that's the only time we use the MyVote website.
That is a disabled individual or a homebound elderly individual.
Correct.
Okay. But never for military ballots.
No, never for military ballots.
There is nothing in Kimberly's past job description or duties about highlighting flaws in the system that are based on state law, correct?
Correct.
When Kimberly, in the early morning hours at her home, logged on to MyVote and sent 3 military ballots to Janel Brandtjen's house, she was not acting in her capacity as your deputy, was she?
No, I don't believe so.
She was acting in her personal capacity, wasn't she?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
So in August of 2021, for about a 2-week period, you were getting a lot of threats.
Yes.
Those tapered off,
Yes.
so the threats weren't consistently coming in after that.
No.
In fact, you just told us that in October of 2022, there were not threats coming in.
Correct.
And there was misinformation, incorrect information people were asking about.
Correct.
And you said that the reason for a lot of the threats you received in the past was false information that was out
That's correct.
there. And putting in 3 fake names to get military ballots is false information.
Correct.
So Kimberly was introducing more false information into the system.
Yes.
So she's taking this situation where there was already threats in the past from false information and aggravating it.
I don't think that was her intention, but yes.
And you testified that in her job as a deputy director, accuracy is expected 100%,
Correct.
and that the process and procedure are important,
Correct.
and that she's responsible to make sure the absentee ballot goes smoothly.
Yes.
Entering false names is against the process.
Correct.
That's in violation of the procedures.
Yes.
That is not making the election go smoothly.
Well, no. The voters weren't in the city of Milwaukee, so it's hard to say we administer elections only in the city of Milwaukee, but no.
And you told us that Ms. Zapata knew who Janel Brandtjen was.
Yes.
She knew that she had created a lot of stress for your office
Yes.
and a lot of extra work for your office.
Yes.
And then that was the person she chose to send these fake ballots to.
Yes.
Sending fake ballots to Representative Brandtjen, would that reduce the stress in your office?
I don't know if it would have an effect on the stress in our office.
So you testified that speaking falsehoods causes issues for the election.
Correct.
False information, misinformation makes it more difficult to do your job.
Correct.
Ms. Zapata was introducing more false information.
Yes.
As you previously testified, her job was to monitor absentee voting.
Yes.
Her job was to run the absentee voting.
Yes.
Her job was to make sure absentee voting went appropriately.
Yes.
And here she falsified absentee voting.
Well, so her job was, she monitors that, and I think that Ms. Zapata did more follow-up and monitoring of our absentee ballots than most, especially around the military and overseas ballots. We would have someone register as a military voter on Marquette's campus, and instead of just immediately sending them a ballot during the close of voter registration, she would see that, flag it, and try to contact the voter to make sure it was their intent to register as a military voter, and often it wasn't. So she was very, I mean, this is kind of, I think, what fueled it. She was very adamant about following those procedures and making sure someone wasn't unintentionally registering as a military voter. So she created additional false information, but I think to highlight what she perceived to be a very real vulnerability.
How many military voter requests do you get each election?
In a general election, are you including overseas, permanently overseas voters, or just military?
Any absentee military voter requests?
Okay. Several hundred, probably 300.
How many are fraudulent?
We wouldn't know, but I think we have, in 2022, she had followed up and deactivated in October at least 5 or 7.
So out of the 100 odd that come in for each election, maybe 5 or 7 that were fraudulent?
Yes, I think that would be accurate. We just had to send out to all military voters a federal-only ballot in February because of the timeline of our presidential primary. And when our current absentee coordinator sent out those ballots, she did get a response from 3 or 4 voters that they were not military. And they had also registered online, and we ended up deactivating them and requiring them to re-register. So I think, and that's a smaller election, so I would say anywhere in the city of Milwaukee between 3 and 10 per election that we're aware of.
Then you testified that Ms. Zapata had brought concerns about military voters to you in the past.
She did.
Are you aware, did she bring them to anyone else?
She did. It was brought up in the webinar with WEC, the Wisconsin Election Commission, and whether or not there was any duty to do additional contact if the voter, didn't appear to be in the military or overseas, if they were requesting their ballot be mailed locally. And the answer was that's up to the clerk, I believe.
And your responsibility as public employees is to follow the law.
It is.
And the Wisconsin statutes defines a clear process for how military absentee ballots are requested and submitted.
I'm not familiar with the statutes to tell you whether or not it's clear. And I say that because much of election law is not clear or consistent.
But there is a written process for how they must be done.
I would presume so.
And as public employees, do you have the authority to change those processes that are written in law?
Not to change the processes, no.
Do you have the authority to go outside the law?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. So even in 2022, Kimberly caught 5 to 7 improperly requested military ballots.
Correct.
Okay. So somewhere 2%, 3% of those requests in your office that year were illegitimate and should not have been sent to them, right?
I don't think those percentages are correct, but a handful of ballots come through and we catch them through different means of communication and investigation where people are, during the close of voter registration, when you cannot register online as a normal voter, they click on the military button and end up registering as military or overseas voters, yes.
Okay.
And we've seen them do it while in line at early voting unintentionally as well.
Okay. So there is this issue that if somebody's not minding the store, these ballots can be issued improperly.
Correct. We have a general rule of thumb that nobody reads paragraphs that they're certifying when they complete forms with the government.
So Kimberly was doing more than most municipal clerks, right?
Yes.
She was actually scrutinizing these requests in a diligent manner.
Correct.
She was going above and beyond to make sure that democracy was being upheld out of your office, right?
In her viewpoint, yes.
And sometimes this viewpoint that we've talked about is hyper-focused, right? At
Correct.
the exclusion of the rest of the world.
Yes.
In that maybe she believed she was helping the process by drawing light to this legitimate flaw in the system, but could have actually aggravated the situation with the attention that it brought.
Objection, calling for the witness to testify to the belief of another witness.
Objection is sustained.
On redirect, you talked about how you did not believe that it was her intention to inject false information and aggravate the situation at your office, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, with based on your conversation with her, she was trying to direct the conspirators towards something legitimate so that they would leave them alone, they would lower the stress on your office, correct? That was what she communicated to you. Yes?
I don't know that anyone's ever trying to alleviate election administrators' stress, but she was trying to highlight to the conspirators what a real potential security concern would be surrounding the MyVote website and the ability to create fake people and request absentee ballots on their behalf and have them mailed or emailed anywhere.
So that they would stop with the Venezuela stealing elections, the satellites, the people hiding in your office, the pre-printed ballots, all the crap, right?
Correct.
Because none of that's true, and she just wanted focus on this little flaw. Take this.
A little flaw, yes.
And that is naive as we see it now, correct?
It was naive as I saw it then,
Naive then and naive now,
yes.
but in keeping with her personality.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything else, Diane Westmore? Thank you very much. Step down. Let me see the phone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch at this point. I'd ask that you return at 1:30. We're going to get started just as soon as everyone gets here. Enjoy your lunch. We'll rise. All right. The last sidebar that we just had was with regard to scheduling. I wanted to break, but wanted to get a preview of where we were going. Any other record the parties want to make on that last sidebar?
No, thank you.
All right, we're gonna get started at 1:30. I do not have a calendar, so my hope is we'll get very far today. We're making good time. Is there anything else the parties want to address before we break for the noon hour?
Just something off the record procedurally.
I couldn't hear you.
Just something off the record procedurally.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else for the record, Attorney Adams?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record.
I'm just gonna ask.
Hold on 1 second. Just wait for the clock. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just gonna ask if you could do a test of the audio system. I'm gonna play a few feet.
Oh, sure.
Make sure I took it up the right way so we're not moving around.
Sure. All right. You want me to give you evidence control? You want to do it when we come back from the noon hour? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I just need to call that.
You should probably also take it off of right. So you can start.
Tomorrow. And just let me know when you want evidence control and we can make sure everything's written.
I thought someone had put a.
Okay, great.
For you do things.
It's Thursday, 11/3, 22 it.
Okay. You're welcome. Okay.
Oh, it doesn't take that long.
What?
So it doesn't take that long.
No, that way you can, eject the shit and then give it to me, and that way you'll go.
trying to take up as much room as I am, but,
No, it's not you.
oh no,
I was getting so
It's
hot
me.
here earlier.
it's me.
And I'm like, hey, if we can sit every other chair,
Yeah.
let's do it.
I put a whole giant, you know what I'm saying? I think it's better, you know?
Before we just say.
1:30 on the dot. Okay.
I think
Parties ready to go back on the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can bring the jury back.
There's one more.
There's gotta be a smaller one I can.
We're back on the record. The appearances remain the same. We're here for continuation of jury trial. Is the state ready to call its next witness?
Yes, State calls Deputy Chief Investigator Thomas Meverden.
Okay, sir, you can take the stand, remain standing. When you get there, Madam Clerk will get you sworn in.
Thomas swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that you lie. You may proceed to the testimony and then state and stand with the trust of last name.
My name is Thomas Meverden, Thomas, last name Meverden.
All right, whenever you're ready, counsel.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a Deputy Chief Investigator with the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been with the District Attorney's Office?
Just over 4.5 years.
And what are your job responsibilities with the DA's office?
My current role is I oversee administrative issues with the investigative office. I'm also involved in investigations dealing with white collar issues, public integrity issues. So I still conduct investigations.
And you were just promoted to the Deputy Chief role within the past month or so?
Yes, in January.
And what was your assignment before then?
I was an investigator assigned to the Special Investigations Unit.
And what was your responsibilities in that unit?
I was assigned to white collar and public integrity investigations that came into the office.
And so what does that consist of you doing?
I would get assignments for cases that fell within that, a lot of white collar business related, theft through fraud type of investigations, and then anything that arises public integrity, which is generally something involving a public employee.
And Prior to working for the district attorney's office, were you in law enforcement?
I have been in law enforcement since 1996.
And where were you working prior to the DA's office?
I worked as a detective and detective sergeant for the Wisconsin State Capitol Police. And prior to that, I was with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office in many different capacities.
Now, I want to turn your attention to October of 2022. Were you with the DA's office at that time?
Yes, I was.
And were you involved in an investigation into fraudulent military absentee ballots?
I was.
What brought that case to your attention?
Our office had received a few phone calls concerning the absentee military ballots, and there had already been a news story about it. And our office had been contacted by an attorney that represented Ms. Zapata at the time, as well as another member, Ms. Woodall, that had been here, had testified.
That was a separate attorney than Ms. Zapata's attorney today, correct?
Correct.
So after the office was contacted, what did you do next?
So I was assigned the case, I believe, on November 1st. And one of the first things I did is reach out, took a statement from Ms. Woodall, who we heard from earlier. And then I had been in contact with a Waukesha detective by the name of Ryan Roglin. He's also assigned as a district attorney investigator there. And I've been in contact with him because I had been informed that he had recovered the ballots.
Object as to hearsay and outside of his personal knowledge.
Any response?
It's not the truth of the matter, sir, it goes to explain his actions.
Okay, I'm overly objection for now.
So I made an appointment with him for the turnover of the ballots.
And then I'll pause you there. Did you then go meet with this Detective Roglin?
I did.
And did he give you anything?
He did. He gave me, it was one large sealed bag that was subdivided into 3 sections. And there were 3 envelopes within each of those subdivided sections. And they were sealed when I received them.
Yes.
Handing you exhibits 1, 2, and 3. What was the ballot that you received?
Just want to make sure that the addresses were visible on these. Yes.
Those were the ones that were given to you by the Waukesha Sheriff's Department.
Correct.
And who are those ballots in the name of?
There's 1 ballot in the name of Holly Adams, 1 ballot in the name of Holly Jones, and 1 ballot in the name of Holly Brandtjen.
And what are the municipalities that issued those ballots?
The Village of Menomonee Falls issued Holly Adams, the Village of Shorewood issued Holly Jones, and the Village of South Milwaukee issued Holly Brandtjen.
And did all those ballots, were they addressed to the same location?
Yes, they are.
And are you aware of who lives at that address?
Yes, that's the home of State Representative Janel Brandtjen.
And what is the date of mailing for each of these?
October 25th of 2022.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you have the opportunity to interview Ms. Zapata?
I did.
Did she give you the names of the ballots that she used?
Yes, she did.
Are those the same names of ballots in front of you?
Yes, they are.
Did she give you municipalities that she used?
Yes, she did.
Are those the same as municipalities on those ballots in front of you?
Yes, they are.
And did she give you the location where she had them sent to?
She didn't list out the address, but she said whose home she sent it to.
And is that the same as the address on those ballots?
Yes, it is.
And did she give you the date that she submitted the request?
Yes.
And is that the same as the dates on those ballots?
Yeah, she submitted the request on October 25th, and that was the same day they were sent up.
When you interviewed Ms. Zapata, was that a recorded interview?
It was.
And who was present during that interview?
There was myself, there was another deputy chief investigator with our office by the name of Ken Corbett, Ms. Zapata, Ms. Zapata's attorney at the time, as well as you, Attorney Westfall.
I'm showing you exhibit number 4. This is a CD.
Yes,
This has Ms. Zapata's interview on it, correct?
correct.
You have reviewed this interview?
Yes,
It fairly accurately represents everything that happened during your interview?
yes,
Has it been modified in any way?
no,
Any changes made to it?
no.
Then move exhibit 4 into evidence and request to publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, stage 4 is received.
So before we play it, this interview with Ms. Zapata, who initiated the interview?
Ms. Zapata's attorney at the time reached out to our office and requested the interview.
And so it wasn't something that you were actively looking for her?
Correct.
One moment. Judge, I'd request access to them.
And it's audio, so you don't need the TVs, well, I shouldn't say.
Just audio, no?
It's just audio, so there won't be video. Got it.
Deputy Chief, as part of any interview, what's the very first thing that happens in these interviews?
We go through with the person who is there that for us to interview, we go through demographic information, name, date of birth, address, those types of things.
Okay, that information, did you do that in this interview?
Yes.
Was there any relevant information that came out of that?
No.
Okay, then we're going to jump ahead to 8 minutes, 29 seconds of the interview.
And what is your position with the city of Milwaukee? Well, what was your position with the city of Milwaukee? I know you're in a weird in-between position right now,
I was the deputy director of the election commission.
I'm going to pause it at 8:44. The first question asked, that was you speaking?
Yes, it was.
And the second speaker, who was that?
It was Ms. Zapata.
Okay, we're continuing at 8:44.
Now, how long have you held that position?
That position since July, June?
June of this year?
Yeah, I think it was June.
And I'll pause there for a second. You had mentioned this year. What is the year this interview happened?
2022.
Continuing at 8:59.
And what was your position before that?
The election services business systems coordinator.
That is mouthful. Election Services Business.
Systems coordinator. Pretty sure that's what it was.
And how long did you have that position roughly?
Since 2020, so about like 2 years.
Prior to 2020, were you still employed by the city?
Yeah, I've been employed since 2012.
Since 2012, okay. Has it the entire time been in the Elections Commission?
2012 to 2016, I was with the library. 2016, I moved over to the election commission.
Okay.
2017, I did like 10 months in employee relations. Didn't like it, so I moved back to the election commission in 2018. And then that's where I've been since.
Is there anything else you want along those lines?
No, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm going to pause at 10:12. It was just a new voice that came in that said that's plenty good. Who was that speaking?
That was Deputy Chief Investigator Kent Corbett.
He was your partner on this investigation?
Mainly just for the interview.
Continuing at 10:12.
So I guess I'd like to, you guys came to us, so I think initially before I start covering questions or whatever, I'd like you just come and explain what you wanted to come and explain to us.
Yeah. So
So yesterday, and I can, you know, you can say that I got anything incorrect. Yesterday, Kimberly contacted me. Yesterday morning. I can tell them, right?
Pausing at 10:49. We have a new voice that came in. Who was that speaking?
That was the attorney that she had at the time.
Continuing at 10:49.
And shared with me what happened. I then called the offices and said, you know, I have a person, talked to John, I have a person, I went to bring her in. We talked about it to try to nip it before acting in quality. That's what's I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So from that aspect, would you like to tell us what your involvement in the situation is?
What I did?
Yes.
I went on the state's public website, myvote.wi.gov, and I fabricated 3 individuals who do not exist, so I didn't want to harm any actual individual. And I sent military ballots, because military voters do not need to register to vote, and they do not need to show photo ID. And I had the absentee ballot sent to Janel Brandtjen, because I wanted to make a point of how there is fraud out there. It's not what everybody is reporting, like all the conspiracy theories, but there is actual loopholes and things that are happening, and I wanted to bring it to someone's attention so that other stuff would stop. We could actually address things that are true.
What's been going on with you in the office and Claire? I mean, one of the big reasons you did this is because of...
When we get death threats, we had to reconfigure.
You're doing okay.
It's kind of what we do around here.
Our whole office had to be reconfigured because no one felt safe. Because of these death threats, someone even made a map where we all sit.
A what?
A map. Like, we didn't understand what the purpose of that was.
Have any of those threats been reported to Milwaukee Police Department? They haven't.
The PI. FBI looks into them.
The FBI looks into those.
Mm-hmm. And it's just a constant daily harassment from both political parties about not doing our job and that we're lying and hiding things. You get constant, like how would you feel if someone constantly asked you every single thing that you were doing for a job that you've done for years? It's just overwhelming. So I just wanted the truth to come out. So we could focus on the actual problems.
Have you, this specific type of voting loophole, if I can kind of call it that out of ease of describing it, is this something that you brought to anybody's attention before? Have you tried to bring it to someone's attention?
I talked to Claire about it, my boss, but there's nothing that she can do about it because we don't make state laws. All we do is follow them. So I have to...
That's why we brought it to the chair of the elections to let her know, right, that this is, and in fact, that's what she said in the paper, this shows that there are loopholes.
Right.
But we haven't taken any action to deal with the issue.
So you brought it to Claire's attention. Have you brought it to anybody else's attention prior to this event?
I'm an absentee coordinator, and I talk about these loopholes, and we try our best to stop these. Like, I do contact people who raise red flags when they say that they're military, and I deactivate them, and I refuse to send them a ballot because you're not active military if you're living in a college dorm. But it's not required of us. It's just something that I feel is my responsibility for the office that I held to, uphold democracy.
Sure.
When you say you spoke to that absentee coordinator or to Claire about this, how did you speak to them? Verbally, on the phone, you send them emails?
Verbally.
Both people? Who is the absentee coordinator you may have spoken to?
Stephanie Rushing.
Rushing?
Exactly how it sounds.
And she's a city employee?
She's the absentee coordinator.
Have
She's
you,
I supervised her.
you supervised her? Have you talked to anybody from the state elections board about it?
I brought up other issues with them. I wrote them an email because I discovered that if someone's registered as a regular voter, they've already showed proof of everything, but they go onto this website and all they have to do is merely click a button to say that they're military. Again, there's no proof needed, nothing of that sort. It flipped his historic registration record to read military. So I brought to attention because I'm like, if I get a public records request asking for this individual's registration form from 2016 that indicated he's military, it doesn't exist. And you can't allow my vote to mess with historical records. And then they just wrote back and I'm like, well, military voters don't need to register. And I'm like, I guess I realize all that, but can't you make a separate entry so it looks like my vote is falsifying records, registration records. And I never got a response back after that.
Were you making that complaint or bringing that to their attention as in your work capacity? Have you ever contacted anybody as a private citizen to try to bring it to, because sometimes, we're all in government and sometimes we block out or whatever, but a constituent is obviously somebody who might hold a little more weight with everybody.
No, because I felt like I would get reprimanded by the city.
Okay.
There was another issue that I brought to the state's attention. So there's a voter who's registered, had an active absentee application on file. She re-registered because she changed her name. So law says that cancels out your absentee application with your old name. So you have to submit another one with your new name. The system didn't cancel out her previous registration and carried it through. So she had an absentee application in her old name, but a voter registration in her new name. They explained it shouldn't have happened. It was just a glitch in the system. But then the election security specialist, his name was Jeff something, told me I shouldn't bother the voter with this issue, but another application should be submitted under her new name. I can't submit a new application without bothering the voter. So, and I interpret that means that he wanted me to falsify an application in her new name.
For that absentee vote?
And I
that
refuse
absentee
to do
ballot?
it. But I'm not. I know it sounds ironic, but I'm not going to falsify an absentee application. So it's still just sitting there because I just refuse to do it.
We paused in 1953. So in that section, Deputy Chief, Ms. Zapata told you she was not going to falsify an absentee application, correct?
Yes.
What did she do in this case?
In the case involving these ballots, she entered information of non-existent individuals into WISVOTE to generate false absentee ballots.
So she falsified 3 absentee applications.
Correct.
And then in that section we just listened to, Ms. Zapata also talked about 2 separate issues that she'd raised with the state before.
Yes.
Those are separate issues than the absentee military ballot issue?
Correct.
And she indicated to you that she raised them with the state itself.
Yes, she did indicate that.
Did she raise this military absentee ballot issue with the state itself?
She did not.
And you asked her in that portion whether she was bringing that complaint in her work capacity or as a private citizen. What
Correct.
did she say how she was bringing the complaints?
She said that she was bringing them in her work capacity, that she felt that if she brought them as a private citizen, that would conflict with her job duty with the city.
We're going to start back up at 1953 then.
So I'd like to go to talk to you in a bit about what would have happened with those ballots had somebody, not you, but somebody who had a nefarious thing in mind, how that could have played out. But first I'd like to go back to when you created, or when you went on the MyGov, or MyVote website. Do you recall when that happened, when you did that?
It was early, Tuesday, October 25th. It was, yeah, it's like 5:30 a.m., something like that.
So were you at work at 5:30 a.m. or you did it from home? Okay.
We'll pause there at 2035. She indicated that she did it at home.
Yes.
And were you able to confirm what her home address was?
Yes, 4917 West Van Beck, that's in the city and county of Milwaukee.
Then we'll continue at 2035.
And so you went on the website, and was that with your own computer?
My work laptop.
It was a work laptop. Okay, so by work laptop, you mean it was issued to you by the city?
And the city attorney picked it up last night, because I was at Kimberly's house.
Okay.
Because there was some other stuff that they needed, so we just gave them the whole thing. I didn't touch it.
Copy that. So you did it from your work laptop, and you went on the website, and then I guess I would ask, what names, do you recall what names you used?
I wanted to make it as obvious as possible that they were fake names,
Okay.
or at least connected. So I used Holly Adams, Holly Jones, and Holly Brandtjen.
Okay.
All the same date of birth.
What was the date of birth? Do you recall?
6/15/92. I gave them all the same, you could put in the last word of your social. I don't know what I put, but it was all the same.
Last year of Social Security, is that what you did?
Yeah, it was just the last word that you have to supply.
Okay. And was there, obviously I make the connection that Brandtjen, that was the person who ended up receiving the ballots, correct? At least that last name, that the representative. Was there any significance to Adams or Jones?
Just random.
Just random, okay. And then were you required to put in an address for the residences for these people? Okay, and do you recall what addresses you used?
I used one in South Milwaukee and one in Shortwood.
Okay.
And then I lost it.
How did you come about with the addresses?
You want to talk to me first? You looked at me like,
Yeah.
That's fine. Any point you get a chance to speak with Attorney Menomonee privately, that's fine. Just let us know.
That's just step outside.
We'll pause at 2242. There was another new voice that just popped in. That was myself.
That was.
Continuing at 2242.
she picked those addresses because she did not know Matt Ritzholt's own address.
I've been trying to get it out of them for years, and I'll give it to you.
Go ahead, yeah. I know, and remember we talked about it, so let them know.
picked out Shorewood and South Milwaukee because they're subpar municipal clerks, and I didn't think that they would catch it. And then I did Menomonee Falls because I thought about it and I'm like, well, maybe the post office in Menomonee Falls actually does their job and doesn't deliver mail to a house where that last name isn't registered. So that's why I just picked Menomonee Falls and changed one of the last names to Brandtjen to see if it would get delivered.
The addresses that you used for the individuals, did you have to put one in for them to know where, how did you select those?
It's just, I just Googled like a street that I knew knows, and then I just, like Zyro or whatever came up, so those are random.
Okay. Are they actual houses though? Or?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if you put in an address that doesn't exist, does my vote still accept it? Do you know that?
It does.
It does, okay.
You're 100% sure? Or you believe that, but you're not 100%?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the voter has to call, but you can put in the address of the post office on Juneau Avenue, as I discovered, and it'll take it.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to be a residential address.
But it has to break with the zip code.
It has to be an address that's within WISVO, which is the voter, the state voter database.
Okay.
Okay. So it's gotta be an actual house number for it to accept it.
Yeah.
That exists.
Right. But sometimes if you have like a new development, it won't be in there because nobody's ever been registered to vote there, so.
Right. It doesn't verify the person that lives there, but verifies that it's an actual address. So the addresses you used are actual addresses, but you came upon them just not by addresses.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
We were pausing at 25:30. So in that section, you discussed with Ms. Zapata how she had engaged in this behavior,
Yes.
and you had asked her what she used to submit these requests, correct?
Yes, correct.
What did she use to submit these absentee ballot requests?
For the equipment she used,
Yes, sir.
it was the laptop computer that was issued to her by the city of Milwaukee.
It's her work computer.
Correct.
That's a computer she only has access to through her job?
Correct.
There's also a discussion about why she chose the 3 municipalities she chose.
Yes.
And at one point she said it was to see if Menomonee Falls would deliver the ballot.
Correct.
That would indicate that she intended the ballot to be issued.
Yes, I would agree with that.
We're going to restart at 25:30.
you could explain to me or walk through why you chose to have them to deliver to the state representative that you did.
Because she is the most vocal election fraud politician that I know of. And I thought that maybe this would make her stop and think and like redirect her, I don't know, like her focus away from these like outrageous conspiracy theories to something that's actually real.
And just so that we're kind of clear on the record, this is which representative?
Janel Brandtjen.
Brandtjen, okay. And has she been vocal about election issues before?
Since 2020.
Since 2020, okay.
And the issues, Matt, I don't know God or bad, but
No, you're good.
so, and the issues that she, and the issues that the people that are giving you death threats are not the real issues, right?
And she is personally traumatized by loss.
She has. How has she done that?
I don't know, you have to ask Claire, but I mean, Claire is like, she kind of shakes when her name is mentioned, like she's. And then I also picked her too because that's the main issue, but too like, I knew that she wasn't going to use the ballots.
We're pausing at 27:03. Ms. Zapata in that portion mentioned her boss, Claire. That
Yes.
would be Claire World that testified earlier today.
That is correct, yes.
Continuing at 27:03.
So I didn't want the ballots to be used and you put in the voting machine, like, for them actually to be counted.
And so, when you decided you were gonna have them sent to her, and then what address did you use for her? Do you remember?
Her home address.
Okay. You don't recall what that is?
Mm-mm.
How'd you get her home address?
I looked it up on the whistle.
Well, can't be fire statements find out that too.
I'm sure it's public, I mean, your address is public record, I just thought it was the easiest way to find it.
Okay, on this vote? Okay. Did you, when did you do that? When did you look up her address, do you recall?
All at the same time.
At the same time, so it was on the same equipment at the same time at home?
And I want to be clear, Kimberly did not use any of the resources of the city of Milwaukee, like the database, like one of the things that they special stuff that they have access to do any of this. It was only with vote, correct?
I did it in my vote, I mean, I did look up Brandtjen's address on Whistle because it would just be faster than Googling it.
Okay. And so, if you can just explain to me exactly what WISVOTE is.
WISVOTE is the state voter registration database that the Wisconsin Election Commission has created and controls, but every municipality uses it.
Okay. Is that just then for municipal employees, or is that something that a private citizen can access?
It's just for municipal clerks, election commission employees.
Okay.
You have to log in with some credentials to get on it?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you did that at the same time?
Yeah.
And as part of your job, are you allowed to look up individuals on this vote?
Mm-hmm.
And are you allowed to do it for non-work-related purposes?
I mean, I don't, I mean, this is like the case that I did it, but
Is there a rule against that?
I don't, not that I'm aware of.
And, okay, so then you have to input the address you want them sent to, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then, did you have any plan after that to, because, somebody gets these out of the blue and I don't know that I make a connection that this is supposed to be a statement. Did you have any plans afterwards of somehow how you would?
No, I wanted to just leave it into her hands.
Okay. Do you have faith that she would do something about it?
Yeah, because she is very focused on this stuff, but I just wanted to focus her attention on something that's actually real.
Not ballot stuffing, not satellites changing, right, all the stuff that you're getting death threats about. Things that really, that was addressed.
Have you ever had any interactions with her, like as a constituent? I don't know why you wouldn't be a constituent of hers, but any emails or any conversations with her about election issues before? Ever tried to call her on, hey, you're not focusing on the right stuff? Even as a private person or as a city employee?
I'm not ever really a private person with my job.
I understand that. I do understand that. I have some empathy for that position. Especially now because it's really heated anytime. But you
And
guys
it's
had,
tricky too because my position is, apolitical, nonpartisan, so I can't be seen as like being like a spy or an informant for a politician.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just not appropriate.
Okay.
Pausing at 3114. So on that portion, Deputy Chief, you had spoken to Ms. Zapata about why she had sent the ballots to Representative Brandtjen.
Correct.
And you had talked to her about how she received Representative Brandtjen's address.
Yes.
How was that done?
She had accessed, I want to make sure I get the databases correct, the private side of the voting records, the WISVOTE, which is a database that's only accessible to those that are doing, that are municipal employees or elections employees that are granted permission by the state. And that she looked up Ms. Brandtjen's address using that database, which collects voter records.
Using that database is restricted to election employees.
Correct.
And which computer did she use to look up that address?
Her work laptop.
And then you also spoke with her about whether she'd had any communications with Representative Brandtjen as a private person.
Correct, I did ask her that.
How did she respond to that?
She responded that given her job duties, that she doesn't consider herself to have a separation of their private life. As a private person, I believe she said, with my job.
And she,
I'm going to object as to that characterization. That is not what the statement was.
Okay. Well, you can cross-examine. You also, this has been admitted into evidence, so I'm going to overrule the objection for now. Go ahead.
and she directly said, I'm not ever really a private person with my job at all.
Correct.
We're going to continue at 3114.
Have you had any conversations with anybody about this situation outside of your attorney?
I told Claire that I did it.
You did tell Claire, okay. When did you inform Claire?
I honestly don't remember.
It might be yesterday or the day before, because then Claire reported that shortly thereafter, after she looked into it, to the city attorney. And then the city attorney looked into it yesterday and reported it to John. But I had to John first.
Right. What did you tell Claire? Did you just tell her, or did you explain your motivations behind it, or how did that conversation go?
Yeah, she told me that I sent for military ballots to Brandtjen. It's not like I have to explain it to her because she knows the loopholes. And then she told me she didn't want to hear anything about it because she didn't want to be associated with it. That was very bad. And that's when she told me what happened with the man in Racine, which I had no clue about because I don't watch the news because of all these harassment and threats that we do get. Like, I stay away from the news because I'm a happier person when I don't watch the news.
I agree with that.
I had no idea what he did. I had no idea what he was being charged with. And that started to weigh on me. And then I got scared and I just couldn't take it anymore. I was having panic attacks. And that's when I called Mason.
So your conversation with Claire, she basically kind of wanted to divorce herself from it. Did she explain to you at that time that any work action would be taken against you, or no? Okay. Did she feel? So if you said that this Assemblywoman Brandtjen is kind of Claire's worst nightmare, did Claire have any reaction to that as to why you were sent to her?
Claire, I mean, I see the death threats, but I don't, like I said, I try to not involve myself in that. I didn't realize all the harassment that she has received from Brandtjen until I made the statement to Claire, and then she's like, why would you do it to her? Like, she's my worst nightmare.
And you've seen, because you get the emails. Now, Claire doesn't have.
They're always from anonymous people. So I don't watch the news. I don't watch what politicians are
No, you went for the incoming emails, is that correct?
I do.
And you see all of the crazy stuff.
Threats and things like that.
Do you know how Brandtjen was communicating with Claire regarding this trouble that Claire says is between the two?
I don't know.
You haven't seen any? You never saw any emails like that?
No, the ones that we get are anonymous because they're
we're going to kill your children.
Yeah, you deserve to be in a firing squad, things like that.
You don't have any first-hand knowledge about what's going on between Claire and Brandtjen?
No, if I did, I wouldn't probably not have sent them to her.
Had you had, since there were big investigations going on that I believe Attorney Abelman was leading, had you had any interactions with him or his team involving this, either as a private employee or from the city?
And where he was going down was not, it's like, those are the people that were giving the evidence, right? He wasn't going down to real issues.
his supporters, I believe, are the ones that
Right.
do all this stuff.
Right.
Have you had, outside of this, have you ever had contact with Ms. Brandtjen before?
No.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to, connect the dots of why, why she popped into your mind first, because there's other politicians talking about election stuff, right?
She's just the most vocal. She's been to, I ran the early voting sites, so she is a frequent observer and asks a lot of questions and things like that. So that's just also how I've heard of her.
You knew she was the chair also of the elections committee, Madison? You knew that? Okay.
You didn't know that she was the chair of the committee?
Like, I honestly, I do not follow the news. Like, I just don't.
And just to be clear, she didn't know these ballots were coming, or did she?
No, she didn't.
So, for her to, I was just curious that she kind of made a supposition that when she had said in the statement, did you read the article by any chance that was written when this first jumped off?
I read just like the initial one, but nothing after it.
Okay, and then, did you have a conversation with Claire about the newspaper articles? Do you recall that?
She's the one who brought it to my attention, so that which prompted me to look at the news, because I wasn't aware, because I don't watch the news. And that's when I read the initial articles about it.
How did she bring it to your attention? Were you guys at work?
She texted me.
Okay, she texted you. Do you recall when that happened?
Monday night, I believe.
You said afterward? Was this before or after you confided in Claire about what you did?
It must have been like the same day.
So Monday night, you think maybe Monday night, but I thought from what you said it was maybe Tuesday that you talked to
I
Claire?
also talked to her Tuesday about it.
Okay.
But after the articles, that's when I started and this is a serious thing, and not just me trying to prove a point.
So she sent you the articles though, that was before you had told her you were involved?
No.
No.
She asked me if I saw the news about Brandtjen getting the military
By
ballots.
a text.
Mhm.
And what did you say to her when she asked if you saw it?
I said no. And then she copied and like gave me Brandtjen's statement about what she thought about it.
And at that point, you hadn't seen that at all either. So you hadn't yet seen kind of what the end product of what you had done was. You hadn't seen that at all. And that was while you were at home. She was texting you that. Okay. Did you have a work cell phone?
I do.
You do. Okay. Was she texting you on that one? So that would have been Monday night, and then that's when you kind of became concerned over what had happened. When did she tell you about the Racine issue? Was that same night frame?
I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday, I honestly don't remember. It was all running together to my brain. I'm also trying to manage 14 early voting sites at the same time. I'm trying to get together 250 people for central count. Like, it's just, my days are all blurred during elections.
Understood. I get it. And I can totally tell from, you piled death threats on top of that. And
My brother just died as well.
and your wife?
My brother just died as well.
I'm sorry. So it's just a matter of kind of just setting how all the dominoes set up. And so, again, then you decided to send them to Brandtjen, and we explained to her, we understood kind of why, and that she didn't know they were coming yet. She made a statement that she kind of felt like it was a statement. Is that what Claire had sent you?
Yes.
Okay. So how did that make you feel? Because that was what you were aiming for, right?
I reply back, she's got her points.
Did you have any plans at any time, had it not kind of gone the way it did, of coming forward with your involvement, or did you figure something
There was
different
no
out?
planning in this, like I just did it at the moment that I was just like fed up with everything and the high stress moment, and I did not think it through. I didn't have some manipulative plan. I just thought I just wanted to get the truth out there. And that's why I completely made it 3 people, and I knew that wasn't going to affect or harm. And I sent it to her purposely because I knew she wasn't going to cast the ballots.
I remember what Tom was saying, we were just trying to get the timeline right, just so we're accurate on it. When Claire sent you the text regarding the news article and the statement by Brandtjen and everything, why did she send them to you? Is it because you had already told her that you had sent them to Brandtjen, and she was just
Letting me know.
following up on your admission to her, so to speak? Okay. But then it was after you received those articles that, well, during that time, was that when Claire...
Oh, okay.
I published it 41, 48, or 58. Give me 1 second. Sleep mode for you. Starting again at 4/1/58.
I don't remember if that was Monday or Tuesday, but I just remember like seeing that the sheriff was involved and stuff like that. And then I actually did go on like Facebook and like started reading this stuff, and then I saw like when people were connecting me to this Racine guy, and I'm just like,
People on Facebook were connecting you to the Racine guy?
yeah, saying it was like the same like whistleblowing.
And there was some, sheriff, DA are not charged with it, right? It's the DOJ.
The DOJ,
Yeah. Should have done it in the same.
At any time since this broke, or since Brandtjen received them, did anybody from her office or anything reach out to you or your office, to your knowledge?
No. That she did not, nobody reached out to me. I don't know about the office. I can't speak on it.
And I think the original question I asked to get down to this was, who else besides your attorney have you spoken to? And you said Claire. Is there anybody else that you've spoken to about it?
Stephanie, the absentee coordinator.
I meant specifically about your involvement in this with having these ballots. So is Claire...
I mean, I told my mom last night.
Sure. Besides close family, anybody professionally or anything. And since this has happened, have you made any attempts to reach out to Ms. Brandtjen?
No.
Just
No, but I told her to just, let me handle it. Don't talk to him about it.
Okay.
Is there anything else that we haven't discussed so far that we should know about this?
I mean, just that there are things out there that need to be changed, right, which you talked about, right? And the things that everybody's been hyped up all about, including the people with the death threats, are following down a false narrative. It's not true. It's a lie, right?
I mean, other than changing the system and correcting flaws in the system, specifically regarding this incident and what you did and everything regarding that? Is there any other things that we should know or you want to tell us about?
Nobody else was involved or that knew about it?
No, no,
You didn't discuss it? Did you discuss it with anybody prior to doing it?
no.
Have you ever done this before that hadn't gotten media attention thus far?
Yeah, okay, all right, good answer.
And the end result, had those ballots, had somebody, not you, done that just to create false ballots, and those ballots, would they ever get checked on the back end somehow?
I just have a couple.
Huh?
I just have a couple questions.
Just one more follow-up. Well, have you done something like this that had gotten media attention before?
No. I stick to the rules and I stay out of the spotlight. That's just, it's my personality, my reputation.
Okay. Have there been any other times where you've tested the system, so to speak, like you did this time?
No.
Has there been anybody else that you know of that has done something like that, tested the system either in a way that you did or in another way that maybe has... You know what I'm saying? But, in my opinion, what you're doing is testing the system and exposing a flaw in the system, correct?
Yes.
Has there been anybody else that you know of that has done that?
No.
Or has come to you for advice on how to maybe do that?
No.
Just a few questions for you, Mr. Zapata. So the information you provided when you submitted these absentee applications, you said that information was false, correct? For all three individuals? And in doing that, did you know that that would be obtained?
I didn't know, that's why I did three. I had a glimmer of hope that one of the municipal clerks would question it and stop it.
Okay, but the purpose of doing that was so that they would issue ballots, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then as the deputy director, could you just kind of in general description of what your job duties are?
I supervise registration and absentee ballots, so all aspect of absentee ballots with by mail, by email, in person. I run all the early voting sites, which is in-person absentee, and then I run the central count on election day.
And so in supervising all aspects of absentee ballots, I assume that means you need to be very knowledgeable about them? And you need to, what your job would be to help maintain the integrity of those ballots? And one of your responsibilities would be to make sure that things are done the correct way with the system?
Yes.
And so that you would have known going in that this was not the correct way of submitting it out.
Right.
So you would go in that this was wrong.
It's hard to answer that question because it's like, and it was wrong, but I knew that it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't going to harm anybody, and these ballots weren't actually going to be cast into a machine and counted.
Yep. But you knew that a ballot can only be issued in the name of a real person, correct? And so putting this information in would be against your authority as an elections worker, correct?
Yes.
And you knew ahead of time that you didn't have the authority to put in false names, is that right?
Yes.
And one of your purposes behind this was to try to highlight the flaws with the American electoral system.
Yes.
And one of your responsibilities as the executive director is to maintain the integrity of that system, correct? And so highlighting the flaws would be something that you go report to your job duties, is that right?
Repeat that?
Trying to highlight those flaws in the system would be something that is part of your job you want to do to make sure the flaws are gone. Yes. All I had with that was, that's all.
Is there, just to be clear, is there anybody else that you think we could talk to just while we're looking at this situation? Anybody else that had any other knowledge? You said you spoke to Claire, so obviously we may want to talk to her. Anybody else that you think that had? Just seven. All right.
Stopped at 50:29. There's about 5 minutes left in that interview, correct?
Yes.
That's all discussing administrative matters and next steps for processing information.
Yeah, it was just if charges are issued, what steps would we take? If not, and how we could communicate if we needed anything further.
There was no discussion of the facts of the incident.
Correct, there were none.
So in speaking with Ms. Zapata, were you able to confirm the information she gave you?
Yes, I was.
She had told you she had issued requested 3 absentee military ballots. Were you able to confirm that?
I was.
Those are in fact exhibits 1, 2, and 3 in front of you?
They are the exhibits, and as well as my interviews with the individual city clerks.
And she had given the names that she had used. Were you able to confirm those names were actually used?
Yes,
You had given the different municipalities, you confirmed that was accurate?
that was accurate.
And she had told you that they had been sent to Janel Brandtjen's house. Did you confirm that?
I did, yes.
Essentially everything she admitted to in the interview, you were able to confirm independently.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Investigator Meverden. Suffice to say, this is not your first interview you've conducted as a law enforcement officer.
Correct.
How many have you conducted?
I would say interviews over 100.
Maybe many more than that?
Probably, but it's hard to put a number on.
Okay. So from 1996 onward, you've been engaged in law enforcement?
Correct.
And for the last how many years you've been doing public integrity and white collar crime?
About a little over 4.5.
And in this case, you were asked to sit for an interview by Ms. Zapata's then attorney, correct?
Correct.
And you arranged to have a conference room in the district attorney's office available for
Yes.
this interview.
Yes.
And evidently there's no video in this room?
We used audio. The video I find is very difficult to use in that room.
Okay. So you did have the ability to use video if you had wanted.
Yes.
And this room is a smaller conference room, is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And like any conference room, there's a conference table and chairs around it?
Correct.
And early in the interview, you say that the door was closed, but Ms. Zapata was there on her own volition.
Correct.
Okay. But this is a smaller conference room with the table, the door is closed, and it's yourself, Kent Corbett, who's a former homicide detective.
Correct.
Kind of has a large personality and presence, fair to say.
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Westfall
Yes.
and Kimberly and her attorney.
Yes.
So it's essentially four large men, 4 men, and Ms. Zapata in this closed room, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is she was fairly nervous in this interview. At some point, she starts to cry.
She had periods of emotion, yes, and it was, understandable given the situation, but she did have, was very clear during most of the interview and did not have any emotion at some point.
Okay. You had never had an interaction with Kim Zapata before?
Correct.
Okay. So you don't have a good gauge of her personality.
That's correct.
You wouldn't know if she's an outwardly emotional person or if she tends to be very robotic and matter of fact.
That's correct, yes.
And so she may have been manifesting being clear and matter of fact when she could have really been under some acute pressure. Fair to say?
Yes, it's fair to say I would not know how she would react to those situations.
And in fact, you said that at the end of the interview, in one of the portions that was not played, that you probably feel a ton of pressure given the circumstances.
I may have said that, I don't recall specifically.
If you looked at the transcript, would
Yeah.
that refresh your
Yeah,
recollection?
absolutely would.
Yes.
At this point, having read the transcript, do you recall stating to Ms. Zapata that you probably feel a ton of pressure?
Yes.
So it's fair to say at that point you have a realization that this is a very stressful and pressure-filled situation for Ms. Zapata.
Yes.
And in a portion that was not played for the jury, you went over some demographic information, including Ms. Zapata's prior work history, right?
Correct.
And in fact, she did not come to the city through the election commission, right?
No, she did not.
She was a librarian.
Yes. Beginning in, I believe, 2012.
Very well. So in 2012, she comes to the city as a librarian, and only after that, in 2016, she moved to the commission.
Yes.
Now, she did tell you about the threats and the job stress at the commission, right?
Yes, she did.
And at some point, she tells you that the FBI is the agency that investigates those threats on her office.
Correct.
Were you able to confirm that?
I did not attempt to confirm that.
So you can't, what's the opposite of confirm? Deny that? That's something we're not going to.
Oh, I would not deny that was done.
Okay. And you heard Claire Woodall today talk about it as well.
Correct.
In fact, you've been here all week listening to all of the testimony and all of the arguments, and you've been sitting next to counsel, right?
Yes.
You also heard about, in addition to the threats and the conspiracy items that Claire Woodall and Kimberly Zapata and the rest of the staff at the City Elections Commission was dealing with, but also Kimberly's job stress as well in particular, right?
Yes.
Including dealing with 14 early job sites, organizing 250 people for central count, and all the other day-to-day items.
Correct.
And her explanation for requesting the military absentee ballots were that she was, quote, fed up because of all the stressors in her life.
Yes.
And those stressors, unfortunately, also included the personal tragedy of losing her brother unexpectedly. Is that right?
That is correct.
At some point, Investigator Meverden, she is asked by either you or Investigator Corbett whether she ever raised an issue as a private citizen instead of in her private capacity, and her answer is that no, because I felt I would get reprimanded by the city, correct?
I do recall her saying that, yes.
Okay. So at that point, you had already had the idea that she could act outside of her official capacity as the deputy election clerk and act as a constituent to reach out to a politician, correct?
I had asked the question. I didn't know the answer to the question.
But you had contemplated that as an idea, right?
Yes, but I don't know what her work rules dictate for that.
Well, let's forget about what the ultimate question is. But you, at that point in your investigation, as you're listening to Kim Zapata, you contemplate the idea that, well, have you ever made a policy or pointing out a fix to the system to a politician as a constituent outside of her official capacity at her job, right?
Correct, I did ask the question.
Okay. And she said, no, because I felt I would get reprimanded by the city. That was her response to you.
Yes.
It is clear throughout her statement that she wanted to make clear that she didn't want to harm any actual individual, and that's why she submitted false information in the names of Holly, Holly, and Holly, right?
Correct.
And in fact, if she had entered your information or anyone's information, that could affect our voter file and our ability to vote, right?
Yes.
But she didn't do that.
No, she did not. They were made up names.
And so her intent was to make sure no individual was harmed. Real individual, right?
That is what she expressed, yes.
And that her intent, her purpose was, I wanted to make a point of how there is fraud out there. It's not what everyone's reporting, like all the conspiracy theories, but there is actual loopholes and things that are happening, and I wanted to bring it to someone's attention so that other stuff would stop and we could actually address things that are true. That's what she told you.
Correct.
There's no evidence in this case that that statement about her intention is untrue.
I'm sorry, if you could...
She stated what her intention was, which I just read to you, making a point about election fraud and bringing it to someone's attention to point people away from the conspiracies, essentially.
Yes, correct.
Is there any evidence in your investigation that shows that that expression of her intent is untrue?
No.
And it's clear that she had an intention to send ballots where they would not actually be cast, correct?
Yes, she did say that she felt they would not be cast because of whom she sent them to.
In fact, she said, like, I knew that she wasn't going to use the ballots. And then you say, in affirmative. And then she says, so I didn't want the ballots to be used and be put in a voting machine and, like, for them actually to be counted. That's what she said to you.
Correct.
And in fact, on direct examination, you talked about the message from Claire Woodall where she sent Janel Brandtjen's statement about these ballots to Kimberly. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, that text message was the exact same language from a press release that Janel Brandtjen had released on the 31st of October.
Yes, I believe that Ms. Woodall said she cut and pasted it from that.
Okay. And that statement is, I believe someone was trying to point out how easy...
Objection.
They have opened the door as to this message.
I agree. The objection's a little.
Thank you. The message, and this is from Janel Brandtjen's press release as texted by Claire to Kim, is I believe someone was trying to point out how easy it is to get military ballots in Wisconsin. And so it's very clear that Janel Brandtjen, at least in her press release, was on the same page of why she was receiving those ballots, right?
It appears so from the statement.
In your investigation, did you speak with Janel Brandtjen?
I did not.
In your investigation, did you learn that she had ever changed her thought about that statement that she made publicly?
No, I have not.
So as we sit here today, the person who the ballots were requested to be sent to understood that they were being sent as a whistle being blown, correct?
Objection, relevance as to Representative Brandtjen's state of mind.
The objection is sustained.
Now, she says throughout this interview with you, meaning Kimberly, she wanted the conspiracy people to look at the real issue of this flaw in the absentee ballot system, right?
Yes.
And as you've learned this week, as the clerks have testified, there seems to be a security flaw. Can you acknowledge that at this point?
In that, my investigation has showed that 3 ballots that belong to non-existent people were generated, yes.
And suffice to say, you asked a couple times, or at least you started to ask my client a couple times, what if someone wasn't doing what you were doing and they were doing it for a nefarious reason, right? Do you remember asking that a couple times?
Yes, I do.
And that would mean, what if someone were actually trying to obtain extra ballots, to vote on extra ballots, or maybe take someone else's ballot, right? That would be a nefarious use of this loophole.
Yes.
What Kimberly Zapata was doing was not a nefarious use of this loophole, correct?
I guess it's difficult to say in that the definition of nefarious meaning to...
That's fine. I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
I'm not going to put you on the spot as to nefarious. You asked her, though, whether there would be a check on the back end, meaning at some point, would somebody have, on the back end of either the election or the system, would have found these 3 ballots had been applied for wrongfully, correct?
Yes, I did ask that.
And as we've learned today, there really is no check on the back end for these ballots.
Yeah, I believe that was the testimony of Mr. Kehoe, is that in this instance, those were not checked.
And in fact, you began your investigation on November 1, correct?
Correct.
That was the day after Brandtjen's press release.
I'm not exactly sure of the date of her press release. I know the date that she received them, but I'm not exactly sure of the date of her press release.
And you received some referrals, multiple referrals about this case at some point in that early November time period.
Yeah, we received the phone calls I believe on November 1st.
Okay. And we've learned from the clerks that these were applied for and issued, these ballots, on October 25. And Janel Brandtjen did her press release on October 31, and you opened your investigation on November 1.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So 8 days after these are requested, and some days after they are sent, only because they were sent to someone who would raise the flag on them, they came to your attention, right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had her attorney not reached out to you to arrange this interview, where my client voluntarily walked into the conference room, tracing the origin of where these ballots had been requested would require some investigative work on your behalf.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. You would probably have someone, either in your department or Milwaukee Police Fusion or Department of Justice, look into an IP address.
That would have probably been where the steps would have led to.
And then you may have to do a subpoena for records or a search warrant and start looking for this person, correct?
Yes,
You didn't have to do any of those investigative tasks because she came into your office, right?
that is a part of the case, yes.
Now, you never asked, you asked what laptop she used, and she said she used her work laptop, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask her why she used that particular computer in her house?
No, I did not ask her that question.
But there was nothing special that you learned about that computer. It's just a PC computer, right?
Correct.
And you obtained that computer and you obtained my client's cell phone in this investigation, right?
Correct.
Okay. She voluntarily gave you her whole cell phone to be analyzed, right?
Yes, she did.
And in fact, you sent it out and there was a report of 750,000 pages in a PDF of what was on her cell phone.
The page number I'll give you, I don't know for sure. Approximately.
Okay. So basically her entire search history, her entire text history, email history, anything she could have been using her cell phone for, you have that in your hands, correct?
Yes.
And there's nothing within that cell phone that makes you believe that Kimberly Zapata requested those absentee ballots for anything other than the reasons she stated to you in your interview.
Nothing on the cell phone that would show that she had another motive? Is that what you're
Correct.
asking? I did not find anything on the cell phone that showed another motive.
Now finally, I know it's been already a long afternoon, but do you recall towards the end of the interview that we listened to, your colleague, Investigator Corbett, say, in my opinion, what you're doing is testing the system and exposing a flaw in the system? And she says, yes, correct?
I did hear that, yes.
So it is the opinion of your colleague, former homicide detective, the imposing figure, that's what she was doing, testing the system and exposing a flaw in the system, correct?
Objection, asking the chief deputy to speculate as to another individual's state of mind.
The objection is sustained.
You did not correct him when he said that in the interview, correct?
Correct is an odd
Well,
choice of term.
you didn't say, Kent, that's not what she was doing.
I allowed my coworker to ask a question that he felt was important.
It was important, wasn't it? Kent Corbett, you have the highest respect for Kent Corbett, don't you?
I do have a lot of respect for Ken Corbett.
Okay. And his opinion was what you're doing is testing the system and exposing a flaw in the system. That's what he said.
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Move to strike the question.
Under what grounds?
It's already been sustained as an objection, and the exact same question was asked.
All right, I'm not going to strike the testimony, but the objection is sustained. Let's move on.
Now, at the end of the interview, Mr. Westfall pipes up, right?
Yes.
And it's specifically to ask some very pointed questions. And the impetus of his questions are regarding whether or not, I suppose, Ms. Zapata was acting in her official capacity when she made these requests for the absentee ballots.
It appeared the scope, however, I will say in an interview, it's very hard to always understand what somebody else, the purpose behind their questioning is.
Okay. But the lawyer in the room, you have Kent Corbett, who's a decorated investigator. Yourself, you have almost 30 years now, 28 years, I won't date you, of law enforcement experience. And yet the lawyer in the room pipes up at the end with some very specific pointed questions, correct?
He did interject questions, yes.
Do you believe at that point Mr. Westfall was laying a trap based on for my client based on these very specific questions that he was asking.
Objection.
Any other grounds?
Irrelevance to that. Whether the investigator thinks one thing was happening or another questioning is not relevant to what charges have been issued or whether the elements have been met.
Any response?
I can restate it.
Objection is sustained.
You did not ask questions about the same questions that Mr. Westfall asked at the end of that interview, did you not?
I did not ask those questions in that way. Some of the material I felt probably was covered earlier in the interview, but I didn't ask the questions in the way that he did, correct?
Is it clear to you that he thought that there were some gaps in your interview at that point that needed to be covered?
I don't know if he felt that I missed anything more than he just wanted clarification. Sometimes there are times where we will do an interview and repeat information over, and I don't know if that was his intention with that line of questioning.
Did you feel that they were mechanical or legalistic in any way? Because up till that point, you're having basically a conversation with Ms. Zapata, right? A back and forth.
Yes.
But yet then Mr. Westfall begins asking questions in more of a lawyerly leading method. Kind of like what I'm doing to you, correct?
It was a style, but it's not a style I've not seen before in interviews. It was a very direct style, yes.
I have no other questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Deputy Chief, there was some questions about whether this interview was a stressful situation, whether Ms. Zapata would have been under stress. Is that common for all interviews with law enforcement?
I would say, given that situation, yes.
Speaking to police when you've been accused of a crime is a stressful situation for anyone.
Yes.
Then there was also questions, you had asked a question about whether someone could act as a whether Ms. Zapata could act as a constituent. Why do you ask questions in the first place?
Pardon?
Why do you ask questions of someone in the first place?
I asked questions to find out their answers, their motivations, and what they were thinking at the time that they did certain actions.
So asking a question, does that mean you believe that's the truth, or that you want to find out what the answer is?
I want to find out what the answer is.
Well, you testified that Ms. Zapata said she didn't want actual people to be harmed by these ballots that were issued?
Those were the words that she said in the interview, yes.
But she wanted the actual ballots to issue.
Correct.
And Attorney Adams talked about her purpose, and her purpose to highlight the flaws. How would the flaw be highlighted in this case?
In this case, how was it highlighted?
Was it highlighted by the actual issuance of the ballot?
No, it was highlighted when the person received the ballot.
So if the ballots were not issued in the first place, the person never would have received them.
Correct.
So the only way for her to highlight a flaw was for actual ballots to be obtained.
Correct.
And in fact, she was asked during her interview, quote, the purpose of filling it out was so that they would issue ballots. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she said, yes.
Yes.
She had mentioned that she used her work laptop to submit these ballot requests.
Yes.
And counsel had questioned why that was different than another laptop. She also had to use the WISPO database, correct?
That's correct.
And that is the internal database solely allowed for election materials by election workers.
Yes.
And Attorney Adams also mentioned that she came in voluntarily to speak with you.
Yes.
She was pleasant.
Yes.
She was cooperative throughout the investigation.
Yes.
Did she submit false information?
To obtain the ballots?
To obtain the
Yes.
ballots?
Yes.
And were ballots actually obtained based on the false information she submitted?
Yes, they were.
So her being cooperative, did that change the fact that she committed these offenses?
No.
Nothing further.
Regarding the stress of the interview, did her attorney tell you that she had some unique stressors?
Objection. Call for hearsay.
Any response?
They've asked, the government has asked that she be put in the shoes of any other person being interviewed by the police. I'm asking if there was any unique stressors for her individually.
Okay, the objection is sustained.
I would have to see the transcript to remember exactly.
Yeah, the objection is
Oh,
sustained.
I apologize. I apologize.
You were talking just now about Ms. Zapata being cooperative, correct?
Correct.
And she was truthful with you in that interview.
Yes.
I have no other questions.
Anything else from the state?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Zapata, thank you. State have any additional witnesses?
At this time, Judge, the state has no further witnesses or testimony. The rest subject for a vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. We'll bring you back in as soon as we're ready to get started.
All right.
Defense counsel with regard to emotions or whether or not you and your client need time to talk to determine whether or not she's going to be testifying this afternoon.
Your Honor, I plan to e-file 2 motions to dismiss based on the state's case. If I can beg the court's indulgence for one moment.
Okay. obviously I need to take a look at these, the state hasn't seen them yet. I wanna take a break and go back. If I can avoid adjourning until tomorrow, I'm gonna do that. So let me go in the back, review the motions, give the state an opportunity to take a look at them. Why don't we just let the jury know as well. Why don't we take 15 minutes and then we'll come back scheduling wise to see if we're gonna be able to continue this afternoon or if we're gonna adjourn till tomorrow morning. Anything else before we go off the record?
I just note that over the noon hour, I did provide council a copy of proposed verdict forms.
Okay, I appreciate it. We'll go off the record and we'll come back in 15 minutes.
It's on 10th Street, sitting on the street.
What Wi-Fi are you?
Well, apparently there's a guest one here that works pretty well, so I will be on that, but I tried everything.
I'm just about ready for Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Well, welcome back.
Thanks. You did finally feed me a sent Ryan to shoot your live shot, so. Computer today. At this point? Right. Just like,
This is all your stuff down here, right?
yes.
Who's gonna make a phone call?
Did you cover this yesterday? Wasn't how late they went?
Until 4:30, I think. 4:30. 4:45.
To the bitter end. Great.
Jim, sorry, you're good. I can't do voice. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah.
Just want to do it on my phone.
Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey Eric, it's Jim Crump. Hey, I can't connect to EMPS. Oh, I didn't know I had to do that. Okay, I will try that. Okay, thanks. Bye.
take on,
nine,
right?
and then the one that looks like 14.
Keep up with the vitamin C. You said Brian's
Yes, Brian, sorry. Trying to figure something else out here.
Yeah, hair wine.
And you gonna email me the script?
Yeah, hold on. This is what text messages
I'm having all kinds of issues too, if it makes you feel better.
I'm just waiting for Attorney Westfall. I don't know what time I went back, hasn't it, Tammy? Yes, I did. Yeah, I'll just sign if they have to amend the judgment of conviction. Yes, I did. Okay, we can go back on the record. All right, we're back on the record. The appearances remain the same. My microphone up. Court is in receipt of 2 written motions to dismiss that were filed, one specific to count 1 and one for counts 1 through 4. I had an opportunity to review both. There's no reason why we can't move forward with this this afternoon. I know what I'm going to do on the one on count 1. I'll make a record on that in a second. I would like you to respond, Attorney Westfall, with regard to the motion that's titled Motion to Dismiss Counts 1 through 4 with regard to the definition of obtaining an absentee ballot. I would like to hear the state's response to that.
Yes, Judge. I think counsel is reading more into obtaining the statute requires. The statute does not require a ballot be personally obtained. It's not in the statute. It requires a ballot be obtained. You can obtain something by getting a result. The result, the ballot being issued. So there's nothing in the statute that limits obtain to only people that physically have it in their possession after they make these false statements. I mean, that reading would essentially mean that any person that made false statements to get a ballot, as long as they sent it to someone else, could never be prosecuted under this section. That would be an absurd result. And that would be something that our Supreme Court has told us we're not supposed to look for, absurd results in interpretation of statutes.
Okay. Anything else on just that motion, Attorney Adams, before I move to the second issue?
Well, the prosecutor says we're reading more into it, into the definition of obtain. We are not. We're merely defining obtain. And as the Supreme Court has ruled, looking at that specific word on 2 different occasions, Sotomayor and Scalia, who obviously have divergent worldviews,
Sure.
They both talk about acquisition. It is not to issue something to someone else. It is not to get a result. It is to acquire property in the criminal context. And in this case, the facts are so very clear that Kimberly Zapata never obtained and never had a purpose to obtain those ballots, that this case should not, simply under that definition, this case should end.
So,
With regard first to the standard at this point, motions to dismiss at the close of the state's case, the motion must be denied if considering the state's evidence in the most favorable light, the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered is sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, the defense is specifically taking issue with the word obtain, which is in the second element of count 1. So as far as I'm concerned, I actually agree with the defense, or excuse me, with the state's perspective with regard to obtaining. The statute doesn't require it to be personally obtained. It requires that it be obtained. That's what it says. I went in the back, I looked for any case that might be on point. I certainly didn't see one. At this point in the trial, with regard to the standard, viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, I certainly think there is sufficient evidence to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That motion is going to be denied. With regard to count 1, I'm also denying that motion for a similar but different reason. What's bolded in this motion is that there was testimony from Clairewood Alvog, and it's accurate, that she testified unequivocally that Ms. Zapata was acting in her personal capacity, not in her official capacity with regard to the motion to dismiss count 1. However, there was a lot of other evidence that came in during the trial, specifically the QP that was played of Ms. Zapata's statement, the fact that on that QP and through other witnesses that the ballots were obtained on a work computer, that at least the address that the ballots were sent to were accessed on a restricted website. So certainly there was testimony that I think weighs favorably with regard to that element from Ms. Zapata, but there was other evidence, and viewing that evidence in the light most favorable to the state, I'm also going to deny that motion. Have you had time to talk to Ms. Zapata with regard to testifying? Are we ready to do that colloquy?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to clarify Your Honor's view of, because it's not defined in the jury instruction, the word obtain. My case is based around my argument that she had no purpose to obtain the ballots in her individual capacity. I want to make sure that Your Honor is not going to sustain an objection based on what I plan to have in my argument tomorrow based on our theory of the case. And I suppose, again, it's because within the pattern instruction provided by the prosecutor, that word is not ever defined. And most respectfully, what Your Honor has found today, I believe, is not consistent with these two Supreme Court cases' definition of the same word. So I want to just make sure that I'm on good standing when I make my arguments to the jury tomorrow.
You'll make your arguments, and if the state objects, the court will rule on the objection at that time.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to address you directly now, Ms. Zapata, with regard to your right to testify or not testify. Do you understand, Ms. Zapata, that you have a constitutional right to have your... Oh, hold on one second.
I'm sorry, my client indicated she would like to talk to me.
All right. Let's go off the record. Do you want to step outside? We can go back on the record. Appearances remain the same. All right, Ms. Zapata, do you understand that you have both a constitutional right to testify as well as the right not to testify?
Yes.
I just need you to speak into that microphone.
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you do not have to prove your innocence, but that the state must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, that you will be subject to cross-examination by the prosecutor?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose not to testify, that the state cannot refer to that fact?
Can you repeat that?
Do you understand that if you choose not to testify, that the state cannot refer to that fact?
Yes.
Do you understand that your silence cannot be used against you?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to discuss your decision to testify or not to testify with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to make this decision with your attorney or have this discussion with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you made a decision as to whether or not you will testify?
I have made a decision.
What is that decision?
I am not going to testify.
Has anyone, including your lawyer, made any promises to you or offered you anything to arrive at your decision?
No.
Has anyone, including your lawyer, made any threats or pressured you or used any force in any way to get you to make that decision?
No.
Have you used any drugs or alcohol within the last 24 hours?
Prescription, yes, but not illegal.
Has taking that medication in any way made it more difficult for you to understand the questions that I've been asking you?
No.
Are you currently suffering from any condition which could affect your ability to make decisions?
No.
Have you made your decision freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and understandingly after having thought about your decision and having fully discussed it with your lawyer?
Yes.
Having thought about everything we have discussed, is it in fact your decision not to testify?
Yes.
Attorney Adams, have you fully discussed with your client her constitutional right to testify as well as her right not to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied that she understands what these rights entail?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you advised her of your personal opinion in that regard?
I have.
Are you aware of any threats or promises or any coercion used to arrive at her decision?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied that she has made her decision freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and understandingly?
I am.
Based on that colloquy, the court does find that Ms. Zapata is waiving her right to testify freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and understandingly. With regard to substantive instructions, I have prepared draft instructions. Sandy, I'm going to print 2 copies of instructions for the parties. I'm also told there were verdict forms. I forgot that I asked the parties to do them, and I actually did some as well. With regard to scheduling for the rest of the day, it's 3:30. You know, we can go off the record and let the parties review the substantive instructions. I don't know how long the parties intend on going for closing. I'm not going to limit your time, but I'd like to obviously use time wisely. So you said something about arguments tomorrow, Attorney Adams, which is why I'm looking at you. Were you suggesting that you wanted to go into closings tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I hate to lose time. It's not an unreasonable request. So what I'm going to do is we'll conclude for the day. I'll let the jury know that they can come back tomorrow morning. We're going to start right away at 8:30 with closing arguments, and then they'll begin deliberations. Is there anything else the parties need to put on the record this afternoon?
Were we going to have the defense rest tonight or tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning in the presence of the jury.
Wonderful.
What I'll do is I'll also then print out the proposed jury instructions, give them also to the parties, so hopefully when we come in here we can move efficiently and get going with closings. Anything else before we conclude for the day?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude this hearing. We can go off the record. I have verdict forms too. Let me Miss Sandy, but I'm just gonna print 2 copies.
Here you go.
So we're done on that? Always a rush. Always a rush. And not the good kind, like with Getty Lee.